Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from, and welcome to the Global Policy, Diplomacy and Sustainability Fellowships International Ideation Summit. The concept of International Ideation Summit is personally very interesting to me. This is an opportunity for our fellows to talk about what they've learned throughout the fellowship as they graduate. And their graduation is on this 31st, so not too far away. And our fellows have been through a number of interesting mentorship sessions. They've been mentored by people from the United Nations, folks from NATO, folks from various ministries of governments all across the world, Fortune 500 CEOs, grassroots NGO leaders, and a number of academics from the top universities in the world. And this is the time when we declare our fellows to be knowledgeable enough and to be at that stage where we and the larger community of civil society, our partner organizations, and the public at large would want to hear from them about their experiences and their perspectives on some of the most important, complex challenges that our world is facing right now. So whether you're joining us live through LinkedIn or you're here in the room right now, this is our time to explore issues that range from green economy to space policy to international alliances to defense to national security issues and trade. This is the opportunity for our fellows as they graduate to share their knowledge and their perspectives with the larger world. Over these 2 days, you'll hear from them on these really interesting ideas, really interesting problems that they've been working on. And many of them have been working with real-life organizations such as UNCTAD from the UN, Space Foundation, NVPOL, Quad Security Forum, etc., etc. And the 3 months of their work as part of this fellowship will be reflected over here. So this is the time when we hear your opinions, fellows, on how do we tackle with some of these really important problems. So without further ado, let me invite the first panel and let me hand it over to the moderator of our first panel, my colleague, Ms. Shrishti Mehta. Over to you, Shrishti.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to welcome you all to the GPODS International Ideation Summit today. My name is Srishti, and as a proud team and family member of GPODS, I have the distinct honor to kickstart this truly amazing summit with our dear fellows and our wonderful viewers as well. The Global Policy, Diplomacy and Sustainability Fellowship nurtures an environment of learning and understanding of the 3 most crucial areas of concern, falling in the realms of public policy, international diplomacy, and relations and sustainability. And the summit, like many other previous events that we have together been a part of, is our effort to bring about a dialogue on some extremely burning issues that affect us. We kind of have the whole weekend fully energetic packed for all of you, so brace yourself. And I remember that as I was just talking to Khushbu this morning, I proudly told her that my task today as a moderator is quite simple today. For you guys, the fellows of GPODS, are going to be the showstoppers today. And this is your hard work, your efforts that we will be presenting to the whole wide world. For the audience, yes, the GPODS fellowship applications are currently open, and the deadline for the same is 15th of September. And so we would request you to apply at the earliest and visit the website www.gpods.org to seek more details in this regard and be a change maker in this world. Just a quick heads up in regards to the chat box. It would be open towards the last 30 minutes of the discussion. And I'm sure it is going to give you some bit of context of the whole conversation that we'll be having. And we will encourage you to make full use of the chat box by posting in your comments, your questions, your thoughts. which we will be taking towards the end of the discussion. The topic of this Ideation Summit panel discussion is new economic models for sustainability post-COVID-19. It's the UNCTAD project. And we have with us a great panel of our GPODS fellows, and I would just take a moment to introduce them all. Rather, I should be giving them the moment and the chance to introduce themselves. We'll go one by one. Alif Azadi Tawfiq, please. You can just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so just for quick introductions, hi everyone, my name is Alif Tawfiq. Just call me Alif. I'm currently a research associate at JPAL Southeast Asia, working on financial inclusion. But before this, I was also a research consultant working at the World Resources Institute on land governance and land rights. So I hope everyone enjoys the session that we're going to hold today.
Thank you so much, Alif. We have Khushbu Mehta next. You'll just have to unmute yourself, yes.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Loud and clear.
Great. So hello everyone. So I'm Khushbu Mehta and I'm a German language trainer and also working as a research assistant in the sustainability space, and I help my organization to implement impactful projects, which is majorly focusing on sustainability and women empowerment, and also being serving as council member for Wiki Delhi Sustain Business Council. So I'm looking forward to all the engagements, and I hope this session turns out very insightful for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we'll now go to Pushkar Keshavamurthy. Pushkar?
Thanks very much, Srishti. As my name looks in the Zoom, my name is Pushkar Keshavamurthy, and I'm an advocate practicing in Bangalore courts and tribunals, in specific in commercial litigation and arbitration. And the reason why I joined this GPODS fellowship was to engage with all my dear fellows who come from various interdisciplinary backgrounds, so that I get to learn from them. And this International Ideation Summit is one such opportunity for me to explore new avenues and also interact with them and learn in the process. Looking forward to a great session.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for joining in. And I think it's a pleasure hosting you all. I think we'll directly now dive to the panel discussion. The governments, now we all know that the governments around the world, their first priorities in tackling the COVID-19 was to overcome the health emergency that we were all facing. And of course, to implement the rapid economic rescue measures, which the attention of which is now turning to preparing stimulus measures for triggering economic recovery. It is now that we realize that the post-COVID world looks very different to us than the pre-COVID world. We, as young policymakers and change makers of GPODS, have assumed this as a responsibility to seize this opportunity and to build back better, a green recovery. And we are going to discuss the urgency of these economic models of sustainability and brainstorm some potential steps that India can take. Let's just have a quick round of comments from each speaker where we can share our first thoughts and reflections on this topic. And I would like to go to Mr. Pushkar first. And I think we can just, if you can just unmute yourself and please present your first comments.
Thanks, Srishti. Along with my colleagues at the UNCTAD Capstone Project, initially, when we received this idea of we have to work on color-based economical models, we were wondering whether we'll be economists by the end of this fellowship. And to an extent, I must agree that we have learned major aspects of economics, though we never did an undergraduate degree in that. So the reason when I say this is because everyone had to go through the same crisis. It's not just that only one or two countries had to go through an economical depression, but it's a major phenomenon across the globe. So in this regard, the main project that we undertook was what were the color models that every country could adopt in encouraging every stakeholder in society to come up with a resilient recovery mechanism, which even Srishti was alluded to. In that regard, my color model was orange. Now it might sound very crazy as to what is this orange. And the reason why I'm saying this is because even I'm confused. What would orange color model do when you have green, blue, which are very prevalent in the market? So there I realized that orange is nothing but creative economy. And this is something that human capital and human resources are important to take care of. So in this regard, I was wondering whether there are any countries which have adopted this in the past. Then I realized that until 2015, there was no discussion on the creative economy. It was only recently in 2019 that the United Nations General Assembly adopted that 2021, which is what we are now, as the International Year of Creative Economy. So we are here, and I'm here to start off with the first speaker on the orange model. This, as I said, relies on human capital and how do we inculcate international trade, domestic trade, labor, workforce, and all such allied concepts which relates to human management and human resources. So I'll be dwelling further in the main comments, but I would restrict myself to this and yield the floor to my other GPODS fellows. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, PK, for that. And thank you so much for also providing a little glimpse of what this entire session would talk about. And speaking Alif's language, I think we're going to talk about the rainbow models out here today. And without any further ado, I think Alif, I'll now hand over to you so that then you can just place your first comments in this regard.
Hi, thank you, Shristi, for that comment. You stole my rainbow economy statement, and yeah, throughout the project with the team, I think I referred to this kind of project over and over again as rainbow because there's just so many colors, and it's sometimes hard for us to keep track. What is purple? What is yellow? What is blue? What is green? There's just so many different things. But yeah, it was really interesting to see that there are disciplines who are focused specifically about certain sectors and trying to benefit those certain people. And like, for example, in Indonesia, blue economy, where I'm from, is a very common term that we talk about because we're such a big archipelago and there's a lot of people who are fishermen, for example, who depend on the sea. And so it was interesting to see that this was like a worldwide phenomenon in which we're trying to see which countries would benefit more from certain economies, which kind of models would work for each one. Eventually, I did choose to focus on the green model, and I think it's focused on the climate crisis coming near and trying to think about what kind of infrastructure, what kind of energy system can help us grow, but also keep in line with the environment was something of interest. And I'm keeping up right now with kind of like in America, there's talks about the Green New Deal. In Europe, I think they also have similar kind of green plans. In Indonesia, we have one that's a low carbon economy. And so when we decided to look at India, I was like, okay, I want to see if India has some kind of blueprint or green print for a green model, a green economic plan. And so it seems like there are ideas, kind of disaggregated suggestions here or there in certain sectors, but India doesn't have kind of like a full throat, like comprehensive green economic plan. And so what I was looking was analyzing, what have people been saying, try to synthesize those different solutions. And I'm really looking forward to sharing with you guys some of the readings and some of the policies that maybe India could consider doing to implement a green model. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alif, for that. We will, of course, get back to you and seek more information in regards to the green model from you and, of course, from Khushbu, because Khushbu has, of course, provided me with a glimpse of her findings and the things that she's so passionate about to really share in this panel discussion with us. So over to you, Khushbu.
Thanks, Srishti. So adding to what I guess Pushkar and Alif just said, I would just like to reiterate that when we mention about these color-based models, I think we can see the fact that at the end of the day, they're very much interconnected. So it's not just about specific blue or yellow for that matter. you will see that the green is very much linked with the blue economy. So, so that's I would like to mention that. Also, what I really found that when it comes to like in respect to COVID-19, I think it has very much become very important that we need more new economic models. Why I feel like that? Because if you look into the green economy, which is also known to be as care economy, it is basically focusing into the sustainable production and consumption modes. Until now, what we have seen is the current crisis that we're all grappling with it is be it air pollution, the rising CO2 emissions, and also I think we can see the fact that by 2050, it has been estimated that the population will also rise to 9 billion people. So ultimately, it will lead to more pressure on the natural resources. And in fact, if we look into that, the facts that when we talk about the energy demands as well. So by 2030, it is expected that the energy demands in cities, in mega cities, would reach out to 3/4. So, one of the biggest challenge currently we're facing into that, how we can come up with low energy system which can actually able to meet the rising need of the population in respect to energy. And also what I found that the waste, I think because of the changing consumption patterns, and also the urbanization has also led to a lot of uncontrollable amount of waste. And this existing linear economy model, which is based on take, make, and waste, is not going to be sustainable any longer, which has also make it this COVID has also make it more apparent. So given that fact, I think we need more a paradigm shift when it comes to the sustainable production and consumption. And specifically, if I talk about green economy, then we can think of, for example, ecotourism. We can think of recycling, waste management, like just to make it more clear that what could be the renewable energy, like which would not just help in reducing the carbon footprint, but also can help in providing green jobs, like providing opportunities. So ultimately, it is not just focusing when we talk about green economy. I think we're focusing on the environmental aspect, like not just being environmentally sustainable, but also we are looking into that it should be also very inclusive, that helps in reducing poverty as well, which is especially in terms of developing country. Because what I found in the finding is the fact that when we talk about these new economic model, it has its own perception and definition when it comes to developing country, because we have our own set of challenges, be it poverty, be it urbanization, be it overuse of natural resources. So that needs to be taken into consideration. And also changing not changing, but making a transition towards these new economic models, we really need to have infrastructure, we need to have technology, so financing. So all these aspects need to be taken into consideration, but keeping that time frame in mind, definitely will go more into detail. So.
Thank you so much, Khushbu. And I think you have highlighted some very important points out here. And I think you have highlighted the whole common thread that, the economy, the environment, and the society, the way they are woven together, and a degradation of any one of them would lead to degradation of all the other factors and all the other parameters as well. And I am sure that we are going to talk more about it in the later conversation. I am now, taking into account the opening comments from each of the panelists over here. I think we should just open it up to the three of you now, and basically just divide this whole panel and go about with it, where we can now begin off by understanding and discussing about the whole urgency of this new economic models post-COVID-19 and what exactly they are. What are these new models? What are these new deals? Why does it matter to us? And I think most importantly, can we afford it or not? So I'm again going to just open it up to you and maybe begin off with Pushkar over here, considering you were the first speaker, and I'm sure that you're going to open the gateway for us. So, do you really think that this is something that we can afford?
Well, thanks, Srishti, for opening it up, because when I say it may open a floodgate, and I may think that Alif wouldn't agree with me on this, but we've had multiple conversations on this as well, as to whether why do we need economical models now? Didn't we have all these models even before COVID-19? And the answer is yes, we did. But the point was it effective enough? Was it useful enough? And if we still had those models in place, how many countries were using these models? Now, when we talk about developed countries, developing countries, and underdeveloped countries, many countries don't have such detailed economical models. They just have few ministries in their government who take care of few aspects of economy. You'll have Ministry of Finance or Ministry of healthcare, and only few ministries who are very keen on budgeting. Not many economical models or not many countries will have all of this. But opening up the floodgate on why it is relevant today in the 21st century, especially post COVID-19, we need to see whether this is a crisis which was faced by one portion of the society, let's say a developed country is facing this, or only the developing countries facing this. Now, I understand that COVID-19 spread across various parts of the globe in phases. It's not like China and India had the same crisis at the same time. So considering this different time zones of how this pandemic spread, we need to realize that now is the time to act. And for that, we need to reinvent these models, which were dormant for a long time. For example, orange and yellow, though I think Kushbu also alluded to, they're almost overlapping and interconnected in this regard. So therefore, if we see these two models, which relies on human capital and innovation, everyone was stuck at home during the COVID. So some of them passed away, some of them had injuries, mental well-being was not taken care of, many suffered, but some of them were still at home, not knowing what to do next. So what do we have now? We have abundant human resource, but we don't have job to do. Even if you have work from home, you have plenty of time at your disposal. So this gives you an option to explore various avenues. I'll just give you a small example. This was running on Instagram thread. Many people they also became self-proclaimed, influencers. They had dieting process. They had various cuisines to try out. I think the Dalgona coffee was something that came out in the middle of the pandemic. At least I didn't know before that. So what I'm saying is, these color models are useful now because you don't know whether the same set of people are continuing the same jobs. So which means when you have abundant of human resources, you need to channelize them. You need to give them a skill-based program to see whether they will be useful in the long run. Especially because in 2015, we have the Paris Climate Agreement, you have the Sustainable Development Goals, and these SDGs are not just in paper. Many countries have acted upon it. And those Sustainable Development Goals are something that India should consider very seriously, especially in the post-COVID-19 recovery mechanism. So in this regard, I think now is the time. If we don't act now, I think we will never act. And if we're keeping promises such as 2030, we will do that, 2015, we'll have net zero. And these targets, as much as they look amazing on paper, if we don't implement these economical models now, then we will never get an opportunity. I think I'll rest here and I'll yield the floor back to my co-fellows.
Yes, I think we're just going to open it up to Alif and Khushbu now, because Pushkar has, of course, mentioned some really interesting points out there. And I am sure, Alif, you have something to add to those.
Yeah, so just like hopping off from what Pushkar was saying, I do really think that whether or not people like the models or not, COVID-19 gave us an opportunity to think about something new. Because we're going, like governments, I think governments and like politicians and policymakers are often risk averse from taking bold action to kind of upgrade the economy and such. And so before COVID-19, bigger ideas to revamp the entire economy to be more green or to be more focused on creativity was like, we're not sure, that sounds like a lot of money. And, there's a lot of hesitancy on their side. But now since COVID-19 happened, we're going to invest money anyways. So I think the Indian government has put in a lot of money in the beginning for cash transfers, for food security, for health insurance. And now they're also thinking about like bigger investments like infrastructure, boosting up the economy. And so while we're doing that, why don't we start thinking about better economic models at the same time? So instead of doing everything normally and like helping, for example, coal industries or oil industries, why don't we put that investment into like renewables, to hydro power, to solar power? And so I think COVID-19 provides a really good, like what Pushka said, it opened the floodgates. So now we have the opportunity to actually think about these. And I think this is where the new economic models actually go in. In terms of whether or not we can afford this, it is like a big investment, but like we invest in a lot of things anyways. So it's like we invest in our current agricultural systems. We invest in like our current entertainment industries. If we're looking at creativity, for example, we can decide to use that money in a different place. So instead of like investing in big, like creative studios, maybe we want to prop up small ecotourism, small like, people who are making traditional knickknacks for tourists, for example. So it's one part is just where do we divert the money? So there's already money, but where should it go? Should we do the standard thing, or should we try to do things that are more inclusive, better long term? But also, secondly, I think in some economies, like green economy, there's an aspect of we're going to be in big danger if we don't do anything. So like the climate crisis is going to put a lot of pressure on farming because there's maybe less predictable rain, or food shortages happen more constantly, disasters happen more often. So that's also going to be a cost that we're going to have to pay in the future. So maybe making that investment now and preventing some of the worst impacts is a better investment in that sense. So I think we also need to look at affordability in that way. Like, what is the cost of not doing something new? So I also think that that's an important perspective that we noticed while we were discussing our capstone. Yeah. Maybe Kushbu, you'd like to add?
Yeah, sure. No, I think Alif and Pushka again have touched on very important points. So just adding to what Pushka firstly has said, since we need to act it now, I think, in fact, IPCC report has also served as a very gentle reminder, or serve as a clarion call that we really need to act it now, because it is providing us a red alert for the humanity that if we want to live actually sustainably, we really need to act now. Though, of course, it's already late. But still, if we don't make any actions in respect to environment, then I think the doomsday is not going to be far. So I think we also need to take into consideration. And also, like Alif has also mentioned about the affordability. Even in fact, if we think of the cost when it comes to environmental degradation and also the frequent natural disasters, especially in India, which has been happening in terms of cyclone or floods, unfortunately, we keep on seeing in the media. I think we also need to see that these costs are much more immense than compared to if we don't adopt these economic models. So I think if you look into the investment, I think we need to see rather than seeing as a cost, if we see it as an investment, it's going to really help us in the long run. Because I think, like I mentioned earlier, we need to think in respect to not just environmental sustainability, but also it should bring social inclusiveness aspect as well. So when we're talking about these economic models, be it green, be it yellow for that matter, they're not just focusing in the environmental aspect. They are, in fact, they're focused on the SDG goals, which again, Pushka has also reiterated upon that when we touched again upon SDG 12, for example, responsible production and consumption, that means you also focus on the optimal utilization of water and energy as well. So indirectly, you're not just focusing on one SDG goal. So I think that's what I found it, that it's not about like one or another or this or that. And currently the crisis that we all are grappling with it, we don't have actually a choice. And that's why you can see that like nowadays, in fact, the government is also promoting a lot of startups, which we can, and like you also initially has also mentioned the change makers, so called. They're coming up with zero-waste lifestyle or minimalism also, and a lot of recycling, I think. So you can see that green entrepreneurs. So these are the terms, and people are actually working into this. So it's not just about greenwashing. some really groundwork is happening at the grassroots level. And also we have to see that since companies are also providing this in terms with respect to corporate social responsibility, they're actually investing their money into such project, because now we have realized, I think we somehow realized that if the way we used to function, like the pre-COVID, it's actually nobody, we can't go back to that, the way we were living. And that's why I think there is this term that we have in now, the new normal. So the new normal, which is focusing on economic recovery, it has to be inclusive and take environmental into consideration. So I think these are the facets and the aspects really need to be there. And that's why, in fact, when we talk about innovation, design thinking, social entrepreneurship, we can see that such kind of like the conversation are happening nowadays. So I think at least I can see that the awareness is there. And that's why I think GPODS really help us having the mentors from diverse fields to provide a better understanding of what we thought and what is actually happening in the reality. So I think that really helps us in providing a better understanding.
Thank you so much, Khushbu. I mean, you did highlight some very important points out there, and I think we will be weaving them through point by point in some time. And thank you so much for bragging about GPODS as well. I think we do love a little brag here and there in some form or the other. So thank you so much. I did see a little smile on Pushkar while Khushbu just mentioned some particular point, and I'm very curious to know which point and what he has to rebut with. You can go ahead now, Pushkar.
Well, as a matter of rebuttal and as a matter of difference of opinion, I think this is where even Alif and Khushbu are on the same page. But somewhere down the line, I think it is better to play the devil's advocate, as an advocate myself. And on the question of affordability, on the question of whether this investment in different color models is apt at the moment, I think it is not so. I go back to my word and say, we must act now. But whether we need to invest the same amount of money that we otherwise allocate for other resources. For example, India's major trade has been with UK. But do we need to reallocate or reassign our positions with UK in terms of international trade? Now, that is where we think foreign investments are something that we need to look out for. If you're investing from your own funds, from your own national monetary and fiscal policies, then it may serve your purpose for now, but you never know whether in next 6 to 10 years, whether your economy would be stable if you make a huge investment at the moment. So this is where many countries are taking this approach of inviting international funds, be it from IMF, World Bank. And just to remind you all that these international organizations won't give you funds the way you ask for it. There are various global economical policies that you need to consider. And I didn't know that gold bars are something that you need to consider very strongly in this regard. So therefore, what I'm trying to differ with is attract foreign investment. Instead of spending from your national budget, attract foreign investment to collaborate with your social entrepreneurs. Your economy should be collaborated with a foreign investment. And this must be, of course, done with a bit of caution, because you never know whether they will be overtaking your national economy as a whole. So there you can have various checks and balances. But the point that I'm making is you need to have foreign investment plan. And for this, India has come up with a model BIT, Model Bilateral Investment Treaty in 2016. Now, India is renegotiating with various countries, especially with UK, Kazakhstan, Brazil, which was recently come in 2018. So these multilateral and bilateral investment treaties will play a long way, instead of the national government and the national ministries spending on their own. So on this point, I beg to differ, but on most of the points, I agree with them.
Yes, I think this was definitely needed, fellow lawyer. Thank you so much. High five. And just because he has rebutted on such a point, and if I can also pose a bigger question to the audience as well, perhaps for that matter, because in another few minutes, we'll be opening up the chat box for you all. And this especially goes for the panelists as well. What would it mean for the green economy model to work on a global level? This is because perhaps Pushkar did point out the hindrances that you kind of face in really implementing them to the ground level. And what exactly do you now feel would it really make it work for this to happen on a global level? Any thoughts?
Perhaps I could start and invite Alif and Kushbu on that as well.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that your primary question focused on the green model, or at least the green economical deal. But if we take a step back and see whether India has had any green policy in the first place, and was it only on paper? Because you have the Ministry of Forest and Environmental, which takes care of all aspects of it. You also have Ministry of Non-Renewable Energy, which is a separate department altogether. You also have Ministry of Coal and Natural Resources. Now, the reason why I'm giving these ministries names is because they themselves differ on so many aspects. The Ministry of Coal, especially its joint secretary, would never agree with someone who's pro-environment, because there you're giving coal subsidies and calling it eco-friendly. On the other hand, you're not really giving environmental clearances. So when there are contradictions and inconsistencies between various ministries in the Indian government with respect to the green model, I see a bit of challenge in the implementation of any of those. Now, this is a way of challenge that I pose to Alif, because he specifically worked on the green model, to see where or what kind of solutions that he would pose as a matter of question for me.
Right. So if I can just jump off that, I think to answer your question, Shristi, it definitely needs to have some kind of, the country itself needs to have some kind of direction, some kind of framework that they would want to implement a green model. And that can't just be pushed, or it can't come from the international community predominantly. So I think like the European countries, I think, have this kind of policy to encourage other countries through their investments to have more sustainable or green kind of investments, to renewables, to lower fossil fuel. But if the host country itself doesn't really believe in that or isn't on board with that, not only will it find resistance, but I think like it won't be really integrated. You won't really have the kind of transition to a greener economy, a full one, an integrated one, maybe not just from the energy, but then talking about cities, talking about electrified vehicles, talking about agriculture. That kind of integration doesn't happen. So it needs to start from within, and then the international community support. So like what Pushkar said, I think definitely foreign direct investment is something that every country, including India, will need to be open to. But then like the Indian government, for example, could provide certain kind of tax incentives or guarantees, or kind of nudging foreign investments to green sectors, to certain initiatives that they think are most important. I think that the international community can definitely help in terms of sharing technology. I think a lot of the technology might be coming from more developed countries, but then we need to know how to build that, for example, maybe in India. And then so India can be like a world leader in exporting green tech and green machinery, for example. So that's definitely also an opportunity. So we were talking about how we need to do this, but I also think it's like a good economic investment, for the international community to have a global supply chain that is thinking about green economy, because we have such great infrastructure for fossil fuels, like oil, how it gets transported from like the Middle East to every country, and then petroleum turns into all these products and gets shipped to all the countries. It's so efficient, and we need to kind of build that for kind of the more friendly renewable side, and so that will require international cooperation. But yeah, I think what I wanted to say was that it needs to come from within. Like the government needs to have some kind of clarity what they want to do, because then the international aid or assistance isn't going to be really helpful or really clear. Maybe Kushbu, you want to add to that?
Yeah. So I just want to add in here, like, of course, there could be, like you rightly said, Pushkar, that there might be conflict between, because we have different set of ministry. And that's why I'm using the word transition. Like, it's not going to be like currently, of course, like our energy demands are met through fossil fuels only. So it is not realistic or not possible that all of a sudden it will be saying that our energy should be met by renewables in that sense. So I totally believe that. I think what we really need to consider that since we are thinking in terms of transition aspect, it has to go. It would take time. Firstly, I just believe that, and secondly, in terms of green investment, technology and trade, green technologies, I think trade can play a very important role. And also, since Alif has also reiterated the fact that I think it would also allow developed countries to invest in developing countries. So which again, that would provide them immense opportunity in terms of the global supply chain, which unfortunately really got disrupted when it comes to COVID, during COVID-19, and because of this nationwide lockdown, which keeps on happening. So I think we also need to take into that outlook that firstly, what we need when we think of this new economic model is first of all the international cooperation, because it is very much needed, because we have emerging economies or developing countries has its own set of struggles and challenges. So and also secondly, I feel like the multi-stakeholder approach is also very much needed. Like we can't just rely on the government aspect. The government, the civic society organization, and consumers, private sector, corporate society, corporate partnerships, all are needed to make that change happen, or to make that paradigm shift when the way we are operating our businesses, the way we are dealing with this existing current model. So I think this multi-stakeholder approach and of course international cooperation can really play a major role when it comes to this new economic model. Because anyhow, we can't, like you just also mentioned, that we don't can invest or have enough funds. We also have to look upon other aspects as well. Of course, though poverty is also considered to be as the major cause and consequence of environmental degradation, but I also believe that we need to also, I think, bring that awareness and advocacy. I think the very first step needs to be there is when it comes to bring any sort of change or any sort of paradigm shift. I think we really need to focus into the awareness aspect, so that people should get to know that what we're really trying to achieve, and it should so that the public participation, the capacity building, I think these things capacity building programs in fact are very much needed. Like even if we are introducing renewables, and I just in fact before this session I just happened to read the paper. So it was estimated according to like by the year 2030, it was estimated like in India there could be 3 million jobs in renewables. So I think the narrative has to be changed. Like this is not something rather than seeing is from a very resistance perspective, that how like we are going to manage that, how we are going to create green growth. We also have to see that, for example, like recently we have seen that single-use plastic, again the government has mentioned it's going to ban. So I think how it is going, so if you're not using single-use plastic, what could other opportunity can also be created for to improve the well-being of the poor and the marginalized section of the society. So I think we need to also see from the social aspect as well. And yeah, and of course multi-stakeholder approach is very much needed to make that transition happen successfully.
Thank you so much for those reflections, Khushbu. I think the numbers that you shared with us, they are of course very scaring at this moment. And thank you so much for bringing that into the light as well, into this conversation as well, so that we can just draw some eyes on that aspect also. I do understand, and we do completely understand that you come from an educational background and a teaching background. So you do know the emphasis and the significance that public participation and these awareness and advocacy programs would hold, because you do know that they are going to go down to areas that we do not see with our eyes. So thank you so much for really bringing that out here. I do see Alif's hand raised at this moment. So Alif, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit from something that Khushbu was talking before we go to another topic. So I really do think that when looking at these new economic models, we should really put a premium on it being inclusive. And I think Kushbu talking about multi-stakeholder partnerships and trying to reach other people is definitely the path that we need to go. When we were talking about these color models, they're not necessarily or inherently or automatically inclusive. So they could also be exclusive, I think, especially if it's just powered by elites or big banks or just governments. But I think it's a really good thing for us to start opening a discussion about, if we want to look at these economic models, how can we make it inclusive? So for the green model, for example, I think it would be really good if governments start looking at more marginalized or poor people to help support some of their initiatives. So for example, when we want to increase renewable energy, instead of making like big power plants, maybe we could start by providing solar panels to rural villages, like have rural villages operate kind of their own small grid, for example. Maybe from there, they could start shipping some of the surplus to the more centralized grid. I think ideas about having the people who live close to the forests, have them conserve the forest. So instead of having like a bigger conservation group or like an international conservation group look after the forest itself, have the local community conserve the forest, work with them, let them maybe set up ecotourism in that area, for example. Maybe they can also be the ones kind of like managing and maintaining the forest, and the government's providing that their fee. And by having that more inclusive support, I think number one, we get a lot of new ideas about what ways to implement all of these models. But then secondly, kind of distribute the benefits of the economic models, because if it's just going to the top again, we're just going to be repeating a lot of the same mistakes that we've been repeating now, in which like a few people exploit so many different things. So you can think of the ocean model, for example, like you could think of it in an exploitative way also, right? Like you could set up big fishing companies, for example, to take up the fishes and destroy the coral, instead of helping small fishermen upgrade their boats, for example, or their nets, for example, right? Get them to the market. So that's definitely, I think, a preferable approach. It might be a harder approach, or not, like governments are not really, governments are governments. They're not always the best at including everybody, but that's definitely the direction we should push them. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
And just want to quickly add, like, of course, what I feel like is also that incentives need to be provided to the companies, because that is also, because even if, like we have also recently seen that electric vehicles, when it comes to taxation, they reduced from 12 to 5%. So of course, like government is trying to promote electric vehicles, but we also have to see the existing manufacturers that who are not into this electric vehicles. I think this these conflicts are happening but I think the government can play a major role, and also intervention fiscal reforms as well. And like also Alif has touched upon, like bringing that conversation, I think, because most of the time, like during the fellowship also, we have seen that, we have actually witnessed that when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about these new economic models, I think it has a lot to do with behavioral aspect. So even if and like also Alif has mentioned, the top level approach, even if the government is coming with the nicest of the ideas or coming up with all the media campaigns and everything, but if it is not being welcomed by the public, it's still, we need to fill that gap. So I think that to fill that gap between that from the government perspective, from the top level and the bottom level approaches need to be there. So somehow I feel like that the communication aspect needs to be really addressed upon, so that it actually becomes more it becomes more welcome. First of all, like people see that it is possible. Like otherwise people see, okay, like the green investment, it takes a lot of, I think that the existing mindset is also something that we also need to take into consideration. Because if we talk about, okay, you should have solar panel at your workplace, at your home, or somewhere else, I think we again think of that it's going to be expensive. So I think we lot of times attribute that it is going to be very expensive when we invest in such things. But when you think of, let's say, circular economy practices like recycling, reuse, I think we also have to see that they're actually economical in nature as well. So it's not just, I think, so these kind of conversations are very much needed, that it is actually not expensive, or it doesn't going to burn a hole in your pocket kind of thing. So this is something that I just want to say.
No, thank you so much, Khushbu, and thank you so much, guys, for really unboxing and unpacking this whole event to the audience as well in such a wonderful way, because we, through this, I think we were able to understand each of your own individual findings out of this project and in this little 3-month journey that you guys undertook. I do see that our wonderful colleague Aditi has posted about the GPODS fellowship. So that also indicates to us that the chat box is open for you guys. And so we would encourage you, the audience, to start posting in your questions, your thoughts, make it as lively as you can, because the whole idea of this conversation is not just to ideate and not just allow the fellows to ideate, but it's also the audience who has to really take up the step in making this possible. I think we're now coming to the end of this panel discussion, but the end of this panel discussion is something that I really like, because as GPODS fellows, we do not just talk about the problems and the consequences of these situations or these troubles that we are currently faced in, these global problems that we are surrounded with, but we also come up with solutions. And therefore, this venture now would be to really talk about the potential steps that India can take, or perhaps for that matter, any other country could take. So again, opening it up to all you guys, Pushkar, Alif, Khushbu, what do you think could be the first and the most primary steps that India could take in regards to this implementation of this new economy model?
Well, I prefer going first in this because I want to have the cherry and the cake. So I want to have the cake and eat it too. So in this regard, let me just give you a glimpse of what we did in the course of last 3 months. In addition to this capstone project, we had various of workshops and policy discussions. So there were case studies that were thrown at us. Even though we were in the middle of the work, we used to get completely done with the facts of it, the numbers given by those case studies. And something that taught all of us was something that both Arpit and Valentina was emphasizing. If you're looking at a policy, look at the same policy from every stakeholder. Do the risk analysis of every policy that you want to suggest. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because before we came to this call, we had major discussions in the past as well as to whether this policy would be even feasible in the first place, let alone the affordability of it. So in this regard, we considered whether these policies are something that every government can take in, for example, the state governments, or something that, as what even Khushbu was talking about, the other stakeholders, be the civic society organizations or the general public at large. How do you convince a behavioral pattern to be changed overnight only because you're proposing a fancy color model, right? So this is something that we have considered in depth, and based on my analysis, this is where I consider that intersection of all these models is very useful. The moment we disintegrate these models, I think the essence is lost. As much as we are identifying these models, let's collaborate with each model. For example, Khushbu was talking about how social entrepreneurship, green entrepreneurship should be encouraged. And what Alif was talking was, give them tax incentives, give them tax breaks, so that you're inviting people to collaborate and make the process efficient. So here comes the orange model picture. You're inviting people, you're using the capital resources, the human resources, and you're delivering a product. Now, this is something that even non-governmental organizations can do and others should do, because the more you rely on the government to do so, you may expect less outcome. Perhaps if the common public as a whole takes such initiatives and the government will supplement it with such encouraging measures such as tax incentives. In this regard, we can also look at what Make in India is doing. Make in India is an initiative by the current government in India, which came out in 2014, and it has come up with various proposals as to make how India can develop its skill-based programs. So you're inviting your human capital to be trained, get foreign training as well, if at all they do require in certain technical aspects, deliver and make the product in India, which could be then used both in India and also abroad. Now, in this process, you're having both inward capital investment and also outward capital investment. It may sound too economics, too different, but it's very simple. You're using your product and giving it to both your country and to the other country. So this is something that will develop not only, and this could be used as a short-term recommendation, because we are right now facing a crisis. It could be, we recently faced a crisis on shortage of beds, shortage of masks. So these simple things could be taken care and then move forward. What can we do in the medium phase? So how do we develop various color models? For example, purple, that is something that we considerably missed. But let me just take a deviation there. You are empowering women of the society. You are inviting them to be on the same page as what the other gender is. You're having a multi-stakeholder process. When you're collaborating with everyone, you get innovative ideas. When you're sticking to male, pale, stale, then your ideas will be the same thing. Now, I say this with utmost caution because the various meetings that we've had with other members of the group, there are many times when Kushbu has challenged me and said, what you've said is absolutely rubbish. So this is where you need innovative thoughts. And when you're giving women entrepreneurship a priority, then you're not only taking care of the medium and large scale industries, but also the small scale industries. Here you can consider the rural sector of the women as well, who will be predominantly based on either craft or simple implements or agriculture. So in this way, we can intersect all these models and come up with a better solution in the long run as well. So I rest here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Pushkar. We do have a specific question lined up for you, which we'll be taking, I think, in another few minutes. Khushbu, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Srishti. So I just already I stressed upon the multi-stakeholder approach, and also I think Pushkar just took me to the initial days that where we had this PES analysis, SWOT analysis. So definitely, I think if I think of if I can or take into consideration the multi-stakeholder approach, we need to firstly have this stakeholder analysis there, and who involved in that particular in that model and in that project as well. So that is something that we really need to think it across, that it is not just, we cannot just go with one direction. So I think that also involves systemic thinking, but I just don't want to get into this, keeping the time frame we have it. But also I just found that when we talk about the solutions, like I strongly advocate for the gender equality and the women rights. So I just found that when you talk about circular economy, waste management, we generally found that the women are generally employed in the informal sector, especially when it comes to this fashion industry, because they are the major source of employment for them. So I think the circular fashion and also the waste management, in fact, the waste collectors are majorly women in that sense. So I think if we think in that aspect as well, that more and more women should be encouraged because of the circularity of the behavior. So you can see that because since green economy touched upon responsible production and consumption, you will also see that the way waste is being produced by men and women, or the impact, it also varies from that. So the gender also plays a very important role when it comes to waste generation or consumption or producing goods and services. So that's something that we also need to take into consideration. So I think more women should be encouraged, and that's why we must have seen that a lot of SMEs, women like Niti Aayog is also coming up with women entrepreneurs, encouraging more and more women to come up with their own initiatives, providing them funding in that sense. So I think that's something we can look upon. And also it just reminds me, because I just found that also that that in this National Skill Development Mission, we have this program for green jobs. So the government also initiated in the year 2015 to promote green jobs and to provide necessary skills. and especially in the areas of manufacturing, that is renewables, and also climate change. So that is urban farming and all. But what I really found that that the idea is great, that you are coming with this platform, but at the implementation level we don't see much of thing happening. So in that scenario, I think what I feel like what I strongly believe, that more and more life skills are needed, like the value added skill training are needed, because if we want, like, the waste management, the dry waste need to be managed well, I think and generally these people are employed in an informal sector or in an unorganized sector, they need to be provided with the value added training as well to make that more effective. Like, it's not just providing that skill, okay, this is the technology and you just have to apply it. Like, it's something, so the communication skills, for example, in fact the business skills as well, the literacy, like this is something that we also struggle, like, so focusing in respect, like, again, in the Indian context, this is something we also need to take into consideration, that just coming up with new technology or innovation won't actually solve a problem, because we have to also see the ground reality, that again, the poverty, the inequality, the social inequalities, we all are grappling with it. It needs to find its own way. So in fact, I had an interesting conversation with someone that even if you want to come up with a waste collector with some innovation, the recycling technology, then what would happen to those women, like, if this technology would come up? So again, so that kind of new training is needed also, so that they are still they're in that employment phase, that they don't lose their livelihood. So I think these are the bits of consideration. I am sure that Alif has a lot to say. So I'm just
I think that is exactly what's going on in my mind, that Alif has a lot to say at this moment in this regard. But thank you so much, Khushbu. I mean, I'm truly inspired by the fact that wherever we do happen to talk about women and leadership and education, I think it's something that really interests me, something that I am personally equally passionate as you are. And therefore, I could totally just relate to each and every point that you just shared with us. Alif, over to you. I think we're dying to hear your critical thoughts on this.
All right. It might not live up to everybody's expectations, but I think before going to kind of like the policy solutions, I think a big question about feasibility is actually the political question. And unfortunately, this was not part of our capstone, so we didn't really go into like the political economy of stuff. But I think, like, from what I know in, like, the environmental policy space, we have the solutions. I mean, we don't have all the solutions, and there's still some questions, but most environmental scientists and policymakers, we already have solutions that governments can implement. It's just a matter of, do the governments and people in power and the people who are funding them want to implement it, right? So that's a question of getting more people interested in green economy or whatever economy, and getting some kind of political force pushing for this. And I think this is, hard in many countries. We've seen some progress in Europe, but Europe is also still dependent on oil, so it's kind of hypocritical. It's kind of even worse in the US. And we see some good, examples in developing countries. I think in the chat, Italy pointed out Costa Rica, definitely a trailblazer in that area. I think some sectors are better in other countries. So I think that's one aspect of feasibility that we need to talk about. Talking about the solutions, if I may, can I share screen really quickly? Is that okay?
Definitely. Go ahead.
Right. So jumping into something that Pushkar was talking about transitioning the I guess here is green recovery, but I guess it could work for any kind of economic model. And I took this from a report from Niti Aayog and Rocky Mountain Institute. So they said that any kind of stimulus that the government wants to put for green recovery could follow this kind of model, in which after COVID, first we start stimulating and fixing kind of the key sectors and industries that we need right now. So that's definitely kind of like the health infrastructure, kind of rebooting the economy, get people back to work. But then after 6 or 18 months, if we're really serious about it, we can start thinking about select industries or some companies, for example, in some areas that we want to try to test new methods, new technologies, for example, or kind of new policies. Try to see what does it look like if we do a small group. So let's evaluate, let's test the impacts of those ideas, and then if some of them are potential, then let's scale it to more areas. Maybe in India, because we have state and then federal. So start with the state governments, and then if one of the contexts is good, this may be a model for many other state governments. And then after 18 months, we really think about putting a lot of incentives into the solutions that work, really getting as many people on board, scaling it everywhere. And so I think this is a really good way of looking at transition. So it's not just abrupt. It can't definitely just happen overnight, but we can start with fixing what we have, and then, where can we nudge it to a better direction? And I think from what I was reading, India's kind of getting a mixed kind of rating in terms of how it's going with the climate. So there's a paper by Bayer and van der Mosten, and they looked at how the COVID-19 recovery stimulus plans were contributing to climate and environment. So how much is a negative contribution? How much is a positive contribution? So India has been making a lot of investments in areas that are related to climate and environment, but the majority of it is actually negative contribution. So some of that contribution is because there's been a lot of subsidies and stimulus back into coal production, coal distribution, coal transportation, for example. And they're the ones that are getting the biggest chunk of our recovery stimulus from the government. There's also increased buying of oil as a reserve, and environmental impact assessments have been kind of downgraded. So overall, the stimulus has a negative impact. There are some contributions to the environment. So renewable energy seems to be a very big thing that the Indian government is focusing on, and electric vehicles, number 3, is also something that's a very good sign. And the second one was an afforestation program. So that's just working with local communities to kind of conserve existing forests or to build them back up and nurture their ecosystem. So I think more can be done. And so another study by Shankar and Avni, and I think this was with the Terry Institute. Here's some of the policy recommendations that don't require direct investments. So this is just policy changes that doesn't require a lot of money, but could create kind of investments in the economy. So number one, they, in terms of transportation, they recommended getting a rebate, tax rebate for people who buy electric vehicles for the first time and to scrap their old vehicles, for example. They said that all new buses from bus companies should be required to be all electric because it's actually much more affordable in the long run. So it doesn't really make sense for bus companies not to do this. So they said they just require the nudge to do that. And then government travel should also be as much as possible based on electric cars. And so a conservative estimate, they said that this will actually, it's the same as putting $21 million per year into transportation. But the government isn't actually putting money. This is just regulations that they could change, but could create this benefit. And this is kind of the economic model. You guys can look into if you're really interested in the technical modeling, you can definitely read their paper. The second one was agricultural waste. So the idea is, and this was very interesting. So in India, a lot of crop is actually wasted, and a lot of it is burnt. And I think that causes a lot of smog also in New Delhi, I heard in the news. So we can tackle that environmental and health problem and create economic growth by having the government buy some of the crop residue that can be created into these biomass pellets. And these pellets can then be used in substitute of coal to create electricity in power plants. And the way that the government can do this is to buy it from distributors who collect it from the farmers, and then sell it at a fixed price to energy providers. And so they're not actually adding money, they're just an intermediary. So there might be some cash flow problems, but overall, it's not a lot of big investments. It's just the government setting up this system to accept buying and then selling it back to the private sector. Similar for animal waste, and because we're running out of time, I actually want to talk about rural electricity. This was really interesting because it's actually a new form of energy that this is where solar energy is really different from other kind of energy. So like coal requires like big factories, right? You need to like make a land, build the factory, for example, or hydropower requires like a river or a water source, for example. But solar panels, I mean, you can put them anywhere. You can put it in houses, you can put it, and it can be very decentralized, right? So the idea is a lot of rural villages in India still lack electricity. So let's put solar panels there so that they can use that electricity. But to make this economically viable, connect this to the central grid. So if there's a surplus of energy created by that solar panel, that can be sent to the central grid, and the central grid will buy that energy and then distribute it again to the rest of the society, right? So then if the rural community partners with an investor, they can share that profit. So they share the profit of that money being sent to the central grid and then selling it out to a lot of people. And so the government is just encouraging this, maybe by credit or by kind of forcing the electric companies to consider this model to go buy from rural villages. And that also has a $1 million savings per year. So I think that was interesting because you can't do that. You can't open a coal plant for rural villages, right? That's unrealistic, but solar energy is really possible. And then the last one was credit guarantees for SMEs to upgrade their factories, their tractors, their little shops, things, for example. So maybe they can loan from any financing companies, and if any of them default, the government would guarantee it. So that will require a little bit of money from the government side, but it shouldn't be too big in comparison to direct investments. So those are some of the findings that I had during this project.
I must say that those are very constructive findings that you have just collated and presented towards the end of this panel discussion, and it's just dropped like a bomb on all of us. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much, Alif, for really putting that much of effort in not just creating these slides and presenting to us, but I think these are just very, very constructive suggestions that you had just posted. We do have a question, and I think it's exclusively been lined up for Pushkar. So Pushkar, if we can just quickly address this question which has been posed by Titli. She's asking, what are the thoughts on India adopting a similar approach to that of Costa Rica, where Carlos Manuel Rodriguez is the environment and energy minister, and therefore there is not conflict of interest in terms of a sustainable future. The country has also diluted their defense system and redistributed those funds in a greener way. How do you see this playing out in India, if ever?
Well, thank you very much, Titli. In fact, I see where she's going with this, because when Mr. Carlos was with us, he explained why the entire country as a whole is supportive such a mission. And you need that stimulus from the common person as well. It's not just the government taking a measure and the common people adopting to it. You need to have a symbiotic relationship where you're creating an awareness among the people and you're inviting the government for the same project. So here, let's look at India. Indian geographical location always mandates you need to have a security cover, be it the northeast or up north, or even to an extent, even the western part of India. We had the Mumbai attacks and no one foresaw that. And now if you see the coastal, the China is having an extensive so-called Belt and Road Initiative, which would definitely pose a lot of security threat. So the short answer to your question is, we cannot be done away with the military or the security cover. But I get your point. When you're spending so much of money in military budgeting, I think we could rather reallocate some of the funds, especially on funds on maintenance of vehicles, which I think is a lot of money, which they never use them unless there is a huge expenditure. So maybe on some aspects we could save money there. And the whole aspect is, how do you convince the government? And this is where I think GPODS and such organizations will take a big role, because you're creating awareness amongst various fellows who come from various backgrounds. they go back to their old organization or old workplace, they will communicate all these things. So it's a chain reaction. It's nothing but COVID-19. We are the major spreaders of policy and decision making. So I think this is one way where we could reach out to the government, write letters, something that we never do. Write letters to your MLAs and MPs. Ask them to raise these questions. So these are some of the practical implementation that I could think of at the moment.
Thank you so much, Pushkar. Alif, your hand has been, I think, been raised, I think, since the moment Pushkar must have unmuted himself. So go ahead, please.
Right. I just wanted to really quickly add on that, and especially on the idea of combining ministries. I think I want to share kind of like in Indonesia, I don't know how the ministries are divided in India. I would bet it's even worse in Indonesia. So we have the Ministry of Land, of Forest, of Mineral, of Mining, of Agriculture, of Fisheries. They're all separated, even though they're all kind of like natural resource based. So they're all environment, but like, then there's the Ministry of Environment, but they're just like environment in terms of like river pollution and like, small things. And then the other sectors are supposed to think about economic growth and environment at the same time. I really do think like, so the benefit of having all these ministries under one is if you had like an environmentally conscious minister, then it would be environmentally friendly, right? But then if you have like a non-environmentally friendly minister, what happens is they have to balance the environment and then like polluting economic activities. They might just sacrifice all the environment. They might like cut all the environmental standards, for example, and focus about economic development. So I think there's like it's more efficient if it was in one minister, but whether or not it's going to be pro-environment really depends again about the politics. So if we can get a cabinet minister that's thinking about environment, that would, there's so many efficient environmental policies that we could implement. So I think it goes back to politics and not really the structure. That's kind of like an insight from my country.
Yes, Khushbu, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Alif.
I just want to say, since like Alif just mentioned about that eco-conscious, I think, minister kind of things, I think everything just goes back to the mindset, the mental model. So I just want to focus upon the fact that I think we need the systemic thinking, the change mindset to make any sort of change happen. So I think this is something, so it stems, I think, whatever paradigm shift we want to encourage between all of us or others as well. I think it starts from the mindset, the mental model. So we need to bring that new culture. And also, like I said, that the paradigm, the narrative has to be changed. That how, for example, this economic models, be it green, be it create, be it yellow, be it purple, how it can actually improve your well-being. I think if we put it in that way, that like this is going to improve your health, this is going to improve your well-being, this is going to improve your it decreases pollution for that matter. So I think you will see that more changes would be happening if we just, rather than saying that okay, adopt this technology, go for this investment, there would be still, I think, reluctance. I think so. This is
Thank you so much for that, Khushbu. I'm sure Titli wouldn't have been expecting all three of them jumping to really remark on that question, but thank you so much for that, and thank you, Titli, for your question as well. It has, of course, opened up many other different constraints in regards to this topic that we have just unpacked in this session. With this, I do see that we have gone a little overboard the time frame that we have been allotted to really present this thing, but I am glad that it was all so fruitful because we were just able to unpack it in such a way, come up with multiple solutions ranging from here and there, everything. And I must thank all the panelists, Khushbu, Pushkar, Alif, for their wonderful ideas in this discussion. And congratulations for really making it this far and for really making it to the day now. And for the viewers, we are not going to end this right here, right now. We are just going to give you another 10 minutes of break. And I think we are then going to jump to the next panel discussion, which would be of Space Foundation, where we will be talking about skilling and unskilling space in India. We have Aarti, Ishan, and Santosh who would be speaking in that regards. And this is one conversation you do not want to miss. So brace yourself, just take a little coffee break perhaps, because it is coffee time at the moment in India. And thank you so much for staying here. And we hope that you enjoyed and you found this session to be extremely fruitful. Thank you so much once again.
Thanks again.
Thank you, everyone.
So
Thank you,
much
GPODS.
for this opportunity.
Yes, we do have to announce another important thing for the audience, that we will be playing a short video that would just entail something more about what the whole GPODS fellowship is all about. So over to you, Aditi.
This is a place where you are not really a student, we are not really teachers, we are all coming together in a community of fellowship, and that's the reason why we call it a fellowship, where we think that everybody makes knowledge or builds knowledge based on the ideas that they already have in their mind.
Problem is greenhouse gas emissions that affect the temperature of the climate.
You have to go back to the basics each time you feel you run into an ambiguous situation. And that's where things like critical thinking and problem solving and root cause problem solving comes in. It's, for example, starts with defining first what the problem is rather than getting into solving the problem.
We're seeing the limits of the multilateral system as it was conceived 75 years ago being reached. And you see a big fight going on many levels, including these disarmament affairs. On, let's say, I always say it's basically 3 levels that we see fights going on here in the UN, including on disarmament affairs. The first is on language, the second is on money, and the third one is on positions.
Companies like Microsoft is a good example, that have committed even not just to become net zero, but they want to sort of offset their historic emissions as well. So those are incredibly ambitious targets, and that's good. We want that ambition, we want that awareness.
Policy making body on environment at the same level with the General Assembly for all other issues globally. But for environment, it established the United Nations Environment Assembly.
ION term, IOI, or impact on investment. So that's essentially what this, your management really should all be about. You try to maximize the impact on investment.
The fact that the G7 came together and pledged an additional 1 billion doses of the COVID vaccine next year on top of the 1 billion that's already been promised. This is important. Of course, there's been criticism saying that's not enough. Well, of course it's not enough, but still that's 1 billion.
You might define it as coordinated and synchronized action that often deliberately targets democratic states and institutions.
As in international relations and diplomacy, it often is very important, to be heard, to be able to state your case and your position. Whether you get it in the end is a different story, but in order, you have to be transparent, you have to be inclusive. And that was something that Copenhagen was not. As you perhaps know, there were like backdoor negotiations, but Paris was very, very open, very inclusive.
Every year I went to the NASCOM annual conference. Fantastic. You met people who were thinking out of the line, out of the box. It's not a small box, but a huge box and so forth. It shows that India has a capacity to develop a global industry that can service the whole world, the whole corporate world.
New technologies are emerging and being developed at a faster pace than ever. So I do think that we are going to need to do a kind of a bigger job than we are doing today in a way to get new kinds of arms control in a broad sense work on, to discuss about the role of these.
Science of attribution, of being able to say, you know, has changed so much that now you are able to look at the probability of events happening and the link to climate change, the link to fossil fuels. We're seeing incredible things happening in courts these days.
GPODS has helped us build such a rich network of professionals who are truly global and, you know, are actually working at the cutting edge of solving some real policy problems.
The ability of GPODS to actually stimulate us intellectually is what best qualifies and characterizes it. I feel personally, for me, it has really broadened my horizons.
So grateful to have had this opportunity over the last 3 months to get to know you all, and also just have such incredible mentorship and intellectual stimulation. Coming out of grad school, I think I was really lacking that in my life, and to be able to have such dynamic conversations. And
I would like to look at a case study of Cambodia in Thailand. In Thailand, in 2018, the government actually set aside a social security program that also provides an health security for the 1/5% of the urban poor, and it is called National Health Equity Program. And in this equity program, it comes with two facets. Number one, it's helped to guarantee the health security of the people of the 1/5% of urban poor and the poorest of the poor in the country, and also help to empower the hospitals and the district hospitals with equipment, with facilities that could aid them in attending to the urban poor.
As I said, Venezuelan migrant women, and they are caught in between a situation where their original healthcare system of their home country is not adequate to meet the needs and expectations of COVID-19. So they historically have been migrants to neighboring countries such as Colombia, but because of the restrictions on equal access to healthcare as well as other universal human rights in Colombia, it becomes a precarious situation for these migrant women who are looking for safe jobs, who are trying to avoid gender-based violence, which unfortunately is very frequently occurring over there, on top of not having that healthcare access, and are actually, in most cases, forced to return home to Venezuela. And during this pandemic, it's not good. And generally,
it was an amazing experience, because I would say I've come from a totally quantitative background, and this program has given my mind some great wings, because I've met mentors from different walks of life and transcending many different avenues of human endeavor. So in that sense, I would say it's total diversification, and very, very thankful to GPODS and to the fellow mates.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first segment of our discussion. That was the UNCTAD project, and there was a lot of talk about green economy, orange economy, and all new models on how we should organize our economic activities, industries, etc. Today, now in the second segment of our Ideation Summit, we have a really talented bunch of fellows who have been working with the Space Foundation on a capstone project. And their project has been to identify the opportunities, challenges, and the way forward for the space industry to develop in India. As you know, that the government of India has been taking a lot of interest, and there's been a lot of impetus in promoting development in the space sector lately. The government of India has also set up an ambitious target of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2030. And a great contribution to the, by 2024, I'm sorry, and a great contribution to that target of becoming a $5 trillion economy is set to come from the space industry. However, the space industry in India is facing certain challenges. There are challenges in terms of privatization, there are challenges in terms of investments coming in, and there's a huge challenge in the kind of skill gap that exists in the space talent in India that could work towards building the space economy, building the space infrastructure for the country. Now, for those of you who may be thinking that why should we invest in something like space? Why should we develop infrastructure in space? The answer is, I can understand that a lot of people think that this is just an investment which is, to bolster the national pride or to, bolster the, ego of, per se, quote unquote, of a nation. But it is not just for that. Space investments bring in, space increasingly is becoming fundamental infrastructure for all sorts of economic development. And these are some of the aspects that our fellows today are going to be discussing, and they'll throw some good light upon what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and what's the way forward for the Indian space industry. So let me welcome our panelists here, and let me ask our panelists to introduce themselves and then give their opening statement on what they have been researching on and what they think are the prospects for the space industry in India. So let me first invite Aarti Iyengar, who's a brilliant fellow from GPODS. Aarti, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aarti Krishnan Iyengar, and I'm a current fellow at the GPODS Fellowship. And I will be, I've transitioned from my career as a journalist to getting into climate change development and policy. So I will be pursuing my master's from the University of Sussex. And I would just like to quickly add that GPODS couldn't have come at the right time for me, because it has really helped me prepare myself for, what's next for me. So thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aarti. And let me now invite Santosh, another brilliant GPODS fellow, to introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. This is Santosh here. I'm a mining graduate. And after graduation in mining engineering, I pursued engineering consulting, studying the feasibility and pre-feasibility studies for setting up diamond processing plant and zinc processing plants. Then I switched my career from engineering consulting to management consulting. But there's always one such question in my mind, that the way we live is being defined by certain policies that are framed by the government. And they really are responsible for the development of the nation, and also the mental models of the people, or the way we think about how the people around us work. So, and while I was actively engaged in corporate social responsibility activities of one of the management consulting firms that I was associated with, this thought kind of really provocated my idea or my thinking that I should pursue public policy. Now, while I was looking for the avenues, how do I really get exposed to what happens in public policy, GPODS has been the right place. And over the past three months, we have got exposed, or I've got exposed to multiple areas where public policy plays a prominent role in making or aiding governments make their decisions, so that it's more holistic, and they try to address all aspects. And eventually, now, although I'm working as a data scientist, giving the strategy consulting decisions for the pharma companies, I'm looking to make my career shift to public policy sometime in future.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Santosh. We're really excited to track your career moves, and I think the intersection between data science and public policy is a very interesting one and has a lot of scope to develop, economies and for a lot of good things to come in future for us. So thank you, and let me now bring on Ishan, one of the youngest fellows that we've had at GPOD. So Ishan, over to you.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Ishan Chaturvedi here, and I'm currently a high school student who recently, joined GPODS because it's like I wanted to try something new, and so trying a fellowship program for the first time, it has been a really insightful experience for me, as getting to learn about diplomacy, sustainability, and policy writing. Everything has been really helpful for gaining new skills for me, and also providing guidance towards what future career can I go towards to. And yeah, thank you everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ishan. And now let us dive into our discussion on what the space sector looks like and what we have in store. What are the opportunities for us? What are the challenges for us as a nation in the space sector? So if you could throw some light on, let me bring on Aarti over here. If Aarti, in your opening remarks, you could throw some light on why should we even care? What's the importance of the space sector in India, and what is the potential of the space sector to develop us as an economy? So over to you, Uday.
Thank you, Arpit. And before I delve into the Indian space sector, I would actually like to point a very interesting comment that Elon Musk, founder of SpaceX, had said in one of his interviews in the past. He said that failure is an option here. If you are not failing, you are not innovating. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this quote is to let people understand the importance of innovations. Like we as the human race, we thrive towards innovations to gain more, to explore, to see more beyond what we already have. And currently, we're already in the technology revolution.
Yeah.
And the next step for us is space revolution. So we must look beyond what we already know, and there's always scope to learn a lot more. And besides, now that owing to all the climate change concerns and all the problems that we are facing right now in the environment sector, the idea is, how do we sustain ourselves? And the solution is, look for solutions outside the realms of Earth. So look beyond Earth and look towards astromining, or look towards life on other planets, or sustenance on other planets. Now, how do we go there? And it's very important that for us to reach there, we need to start the groundwork right here. And right now, having said that, I would actually like to also shed some light on what the current Indian space sector looks like. For the longest time, for about 40 years, ISRO has been gaining like full monopoly of the Indian space sector. And they've been working with allied manufacturing forces to manufacture the parts for all their launch missions and space vehicles. However, following the cabinet reforms that took place in 2020, things have changed. The sector has opened, and it has opened for private players to participate. In fact, it's encouraging private players to participate more, because of course, it's a little tricky to because it comes down to the whole security issue, national security issue. So having more active private players can be a little daunting to the defense and the military. However, through certain liberalizations, through certain regulations, through the Department of Science, in fact, ISRO has also wanted to give that push to private sectors to have let more private players take the field and get get going, because let's all admit, like, ISRO is a big institution.
Yeah.
However, in terms of employment, it's restricted in a certain way because not everyone can get in there. It's very competitive. So where do these guys go? And that is what we have been exploring in our capstone project. That what do graduates do after they're done with their graduations, and whether space is a viable option for them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that more or less sums up what our capstone project is about. And additionally, whether these graduates are skilled enough to take India to the goals that we have in the space industry, in the global space spectrum. So that's my opening statement.
Absolutely, Aarti. I think that's a great introduction. Let me bring in Santosh over here. And Santosh, while you make your opening remarks, if you could also throw some light on not just the agenda of making humankind a multi-planet species, or looking at resources outside of the Earth. If you could also throw some light on how space research and its applications improve life here on Earth, I think that would be really insightful for the audience. So over to you, Santosh.
Yeah, definitely. So in addition to what Aarti has said, the need of the hour is we might have to think out of the box so that we make ourselves more sustainable. Now, so far, yeah, ISRO has done definitely a good job, but they're very good at building these systems and launching vehicles. But what happens after launching vehicles, or how do we harness the current satellite system or current satellite constellations that we have, and how do we make ourselves better by leveraging those systems? If I have to code it right, there are almost 10 separate ministries in India who are planning to leverage or who have dependencies on space exploration. Especially like if, for example, if I take Ministry of Coal, they're looking for opportunities where there's an abundance of resources where they can mine coal without damage to any environment. Likewise, we also have Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Communications, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Urban Development,
Agriculture.
and, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Defense. So we can see there are a lot of avenues where we can harness the technology.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's where, like, it's not only just outside the Earth. Even when we ramp up the utilization from what we already have, so we can really do wonders in Indian space as well, which is so far an untapped area. Like for example, if I have to say, the UAE is one country which is trying to harness the 3D technology to build Martian space. Likewise, we can leverage that technology and even the Industry 4.0 and blockchain technology. So when we combine these technologies with the data that's being relayed from the satellites that we launch, that's a huge potential to tap, and for the private players also to come and play a role here.
Certainly. Santosh, if you'd allow me a follow-up question, and later on, I think the others could also answer that. What's the whole idea behind the government opening it up for the private sector? Because Aarti also mentioned that there's a huge impetus for the government that to expand. ISRO was more or less the monopolizer on the space sector in India. But what changed? Is it just because Tesla, Elon Musk, Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos came in, so we are just following the bandwagon? Or is there some real utility and logic behind opening it up for the private sector?
Yeah, definitely. So one of the major ambitions that India had is a $5 trillion economy, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So now for us to shackle or for us to reach to that milestone, space sector is definitely one of the huge areas that has to contribute to that pie. Now, if ISRO is the only organization that tries to contribute, so like if I'm not wrong, like the amount of the revenue that ISRO generates is around some 945 million. So that doesn't anyways sum up, or that doesn't really contribute to the pie that we are targeting, the $5 trillion. Right. And especially when we are for sure that there's a lot of potential to tap into and allow the private players to come and play and build the products or solutions that contribute or that make us live a sustainable life. So that is one of the major reasons why I would think the Indian government has come up with these policies in the recent years.
Which means that the government sees building space capabilities as a serious strategy towards economic development of the nation. Yeah. And there it wants to bring in the private sector to just scale up the economic benefit that we can derive out of the space sector. Fair enough. Yeah. Let me bring in Ishan over here. Ishan, your opening remarks, and if you could also touch upon some of the things we've discussed so far.
Yeah, definitely. So I would like
and Aarti, I'll come back to you right after.
Yeah. So I would like to add on, Santosh's answer towards, why private players are being allowed to, set up the space industries. And this is because I'm quoting from an interview excerpt from an ISRO professional, which I interviewed. And so from him, he mentioned that ISRO actually faced a lot of backlash during Chandrayaan-1's moon mission. From the public. And so this is because during that time, it was around 2015, and during that time the public were mentioning that why isn't government spending that money which was used to going towards the moon towards public welfare, towards the poverty which is in India, since India is still a developing country. And so mentioning this this actually government has taken into account and also and has provided the platform towards the private space companies also, so that they can get an opportunity, they can launch vehicles of their own into space, explore planets, and that way the funds which government use can be also allocated correctly. They won't face any public backlash because it's a private space company which is doing, and it really works out in the end. And so particularly to the private space companies, I guess this is why I believe that this is why they have been given this particular platform.
So you're saying that at least an element of this move towards the private sector is to sort of evade public criticism, because a lot of the public still doesn't see the interlinkages between sending a mission to the moon and how it could directly benefit them, and it's still seen as a wasteful sort of an expenditure, which does probably more for the pride and less for the pocket.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. Let me bring Aarti over here.
So adding to the same conversation, one of the founders of one of the startup companies that we were interviewing during our capstone project, so he also explained to us how what happens is right now these startup companies, they are roping in venture capitalists for funding rounds. So which means that the venture capitalists are not necessarily Indian. So you're basically roping in foreign investments, and that getting those funds from foreign companies is not only helping budget ISRO better, but at the same time it's also helping private sector scale up, and additionally also private sectors, the components and the propelling machines and propelling engines and space vehicles that they are designing currently, those are more cost effective. In fact,
oh really?
Yes. So that owing to the fact that these are startups, so which is why having a more cost effective approach is what they seek. And this is something a lot of these startup space sector companies have been doing in India. And that is sort of helping them out to reserve their funds more towards building their workforce. And and additionally, because ISRO has already given their facility, given their Bengaluru facility for people to, all the private companies to experiment on, and even, to conduct their space launch missions or, vehicle missions.
So it's that 25-acre
Yes.
institute of ISRO, and
Right.
that can be used by a private startup, which is
Additionally,
awesome.
Additionally, there's also another space tech park that is there in Kerala, which also can be used by private companies to conduct experiments. So the idea behind this is not only are you saving in terms of investing a lot, as opposed to what a NASA used to do. I mean, even they are sort of reinventing themselves in a way. But similarly, here we have these advantages. So that is another reason why ISRO is encouraging more of private companies to put their efforts in scaling up the space sector, the Indian space sector.
So you're saying that the two major reasons are that A, it brings in good investment for the country, and B, it also brings in more efficiencies in terms of the private sectors doing a lot more for a lot less.
Yes, and also another reason that I'm sorry I missed out earlier was that ISRO already has a few of its missions set for the upcoming years.
Okay.
So considering how space as an industry, it can't you can't see you can't see results in like a year or two. It needs at least 5 to 6 years because a lot of manufacturing takes place. And when you're invested in a space industry, you have to think 5 to 10 years in the future.
Absolutely.
So which means that ISRO already has a few of the missions lined up. In fact, interestingly, a lot of startups also have a similar approach. So through this, what they're doing is they're not only are they diversifying their space exploration goals, but at the same time, they're also looking for ways where they can somehow boost the economy, the space economy.
Certainly. I mean, at least in the immediate terms, they are creating a lot of jobs in the market.
Right.
But I saw Santosh's hand go up. So Santosh, did you have something to add to this?
Yeah, so as of today, around 300 companies are supporting ISRO. So by helping them, helping ISRO by supplying the different ancillary parts.
And these are all private companies or both public and private?
All are private companies.
All are private. Okay.
So now.
And all Indian companies, 300.
Yeah. So now the one of the biggest problems there is ISRO can definitely not back integrate. So they cannot integrate these private players, or they cannot set up the systems where they can get rid of these private players who support very unique parts, or who are specialized in very unique areas.
Right.
Now, since the modus operandi of ISRO is very top down and it's very government dependent, the innovation aspect in these private players who are supporting ISRO is very, I would say, minimal or suboptimal, almost to zero. So now, given this particular policy reforms, it opens stage for the private players to become more competitive and also add to that innovation aspect. And if one of the analysis says that so far we only have filed 14 patents in the space tech or space design from India, which is very
nothing.
which almost nothing, for sure. So given these reforms, now it creates an awareness in the students or in the academicians or in the folks who are willing to pursue their careers in space, and also open the platform for them to think space or space sector as a career opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, tell me one thing, if you could throw some light upon this, that I'm hearing a lot of talk about investments coming into the private sector, and of course, a lot of investments coming from capital abroad, venture capital abroad. How are we doing in terms of the inflows of the investment? Are we getting enough considering the rate at which we want to grow? I know that you've been talking to a number of private sector players. So what do you think is the investment ecosystem in the space industry over here? If you could just briefly touch upon that.
Yes, Arpit, I'd like to take this up.
Go ahead.
The investment opportunity. So here's, this is actually one of the biggest concerns of the Indian space industry, which is funding and investments. To find, to find those investors and to ensure to sustain those investors. So in fact, this is one of the problems even ISRO faces, and ISRO is an institution. So you can imagine that, in terms of—
But ISRO, I'm sure, depends on the government budgets, right?
ISRO does, yeah, which is kind of why they also suffer from some funding setbacks, whereas private companies, so following the cabinet reforms in 2020, I've learned that over 40 new private companies have received funding. And out of these, I'd like to point out some of the big investments that companies have received. You have Agnikul Cosmos, you have Skyroot Aerospace. So these two companies, they received $11 million. They both received $11 million in their first round of funding in 2021, which was in May. And adding to that, Skyroot Aerospace is already working towards getting to, like, they're already working towards their first space vehicle launch, which will take place later this year. So as you can see that—
is that going to be the first private sector space vehicle launch from India?
Yes. So currently a lot of race is going on because Pixel Space is also aiming towards getting their satellite up in the outer space.
Okay, so we don't know who's going to be first.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what makes it really exciting, because there are so many companies who are currently vying for that,
yeah, because that's going to be history,
title.
whoever does it
Exactly.
first, right?
Yeah, that'll be the title that they can like cash in more funding from.
Oh, so certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so which is kind of why it's very important for them. Now, an interesting thing that I would like to point out here is when it comes to funding or getting investors, to make people invest in the space industry is a little tricky.
Okay.
Because usually, so there are certain companies who resort to angel investors. And in fact, Agnikul Cosmos started because of an angel, thanks to an angel investor.
Okay.
Yeah. So similarly, these are all small companies. They're like, these companies, in fact, I would say they just came up in this past decade. It probably 5-6 years ago. And in fact, like Skyroot is just like 3 years ago. So you can imagine that right now they're all in this space frenzy, I would say, because they're able to tap in more funds, because the thing with India, you don't need to import talent. You already have talent. And that is one of the positives. So a lot of these colleges with their incubator cells, they have the prototype ready. They have their business, their entrepreneurial plans ready. They're just waiting to get out of their college, graduate, I would say, and they can get going with their product. But one of the things to remember is that when it comes to venture capitalists, they usually seek companies with founders or co-founders who come with a certain prestigious background in terms of educational qualifications.
I see.
Yeah.
So, which means that they should have studied from the IITs or ISTP and all of that.
Right. And not just that, in fact, like if you have like a degree from Georgia Tech or like one of those colleges, well
It's
and
just
good.
a lot easier.
Yes, that kind of elevates their own profile and sort of brings in a little more trust towards the company. Although it is a little sad, but this is kind of how right now this is how the private space sector is dealing with investors and funding.
I think that's a trend in investments for most of the fledgling industries, wherein initially trust is placed upon people who may have the right credentials, etc., and then later on it's just based on pure talent. Once there's at least some bit of predictability established in that industry. But what I'm hearing you say, and I don't know if the group overall can agree, that it is not just talk, but then just like we had a telecom revolution in India, we might as well have a space revolution in our country that might transform a lot of things.
Trust me, we're like 5 years down, that is what it's going to be.
5 years, that close?
That is exactly that's literally what a lot of these private sector players have stated, that however, I would like to bring in picture the problem that they are facing in terms of workforce and skills.
Yes, I was just coming to that, because you talked about incubators and colleges just preparing for that. And as you rightly said, that there's no dearth of talent in India, right? And there's so many engineers, so many technologists graduating each year. So why aren't we doing more of this? And do we have enough people who are willing, who are able to work in this sector and make it really a great one for the country? So yeah.
So this is something for we're going to look at it from an educational perspective first, and for that I'm gonna ask Ishan to take over, because he has spoken to prestigious tech colleges in the country, and he has an idea of how the system works. So Ishan.
Sounds good. Ishan, over to you.
Yeah, sure. So about the whole workforce and how we're gonna how we have looked at it in the past 3 months. We have looked at it from the base of how the workforce will become, and so for that we'll have to look at these students, the particular students who are going into the such universities. And so from an interview of to a professor of one of the prestigious tech university in India, his answers which he provided were quite interesting and quite insightful to letting us know what type of situations each university has. And so saying how here we can see that in his particular university, the main companies which actually arrived there to recruit new students, to check out how which students are talented, which students are more interested in going towards the space. And such companies are the private airline companies, Airbus Industries, Boeing Aerospace, and then Bellatrix Aerospace, and then many more private companies also who are coming to such universities to really see the recruitment. And and also he mentioned from his since this university is quite well known and is really famous for the amount of space students who graduate through a space degree there.
I'm sure you're talking about one of the IITs.
Yes, one of the IITs. And so here he mentioned that the undergrad students, out of the 90 undergrad students, about 70 to 75 students went for ISRO, so towards the more public sector, and then the rest of the students went towards all the other private space companies. And so you can see that there is a trend here that more of the students are willing to go towards the public sector and the private sector,
Okay.
because ISRO has also been doing well in the past few years. However, students may not fully trust the credibility of these new private space companies. For example, Bellatrix Aerospace, who was just founded in 2020, and so it has students have their reasons of their own in terms of where they want to go. Then
between the government and the private sector, if one is a space engineer, then the inclinations would still lie towards the government sector right now. Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. And do you think that's likely to change? Because, for example, if you look at the space sector in the US and other developing countries, it's more or less private sector dominated now. Perhaps 20% of it is organized by the government, the rest of it is in the private sector. On the other hand, in India, it's the other way around. So do you think the tables will turn probably in 5 years or so?
I believe that all the private space companies, when they take major steps, such as the first private space company launching their own their first launch vehicle in space. And so such major steps would attract investors also, to
Certainly.
see how well this particular company is doing. And so more investing, more funding provided to such private space companies will make it more well known. And so the students in India will get to know about such private space companies through this method. And this I would say in a long term would lead to India being private more private sector, and there's public sector. And so and also there's some constraints to ISRO, as I mentioned before, that they can't do specific missions like like launching some rockets or one rocket to particular planetary exploration. And so there people who want to be astronauts, their employment opportunities, they don't have it there, and so they'll more likely go towards the private sector. And so this is just an example, but such changes in the particular employment will lead to private sector being more dominant in India.
Right.
And
now that's interesting what you're saying, that you are optimistic that there will be a time where the private sector will probably be the flag bearer of space industry in India, and an employer of choice per se. Before I go to Santosh, let me also just announce this to the audience that our chat box is open, and if you have questions, you can probably start thinking about questions to ask the panel. And if you already have thought about it, you can start typing in, and we'll ask your questions to the panel. But let me go to Santosh. And Santosh, beyond responding to this, if you could also sort of put the skill gap in context. What exactly is the skill gap like? What are the specifics of the challenges? It'll be interesting to know.
Yeah, sure. So let me take a step back and give an idea of the underlying pressure or the hardships that the students have to go into while they wanted to get into these premier institutes. So the ground reality is like, okay, let me take ISRO. So far, ISRO has been relying on their own institution, which is called Indian Institute of Space Technology.
That's the one in Kerala, right?
Yeah, that's the one in Kerala. So like almost half of the openings with ISRO are kind of reserved only to those students who are into IIST. Now,
and how many openings are there typically?
So there are like 300 to 400 openings from ISRO, and out of
so
that,
about 150 would go to this institute.
Yes, 150 will go to that institute. So now, like okay, like barring the IIST, what happens? Like since IIST was set up, like it's an ISRO-owned institution, so the pedagogy, the curriculum was designed for the students so that they get the right set of training before they really get into the projects that are like which need students to get specialized in different fields that ISRO works. Now, when it comes to the other premier institutes, yeah, now even these students also undergo, like if I have to just code it, the success ratio for the students to get into this premier institute is 1:150. Now,
okay, yeah.
After going or sailing through that hardship and getting into these institutes, now the major challenge with the students is they don't look for the lucrative options. Now, since space sector is booming in India, one of the some of the major aspects that are really concerning is if I choose space sector over the other sectors which offer me lucrative jobs, that is going to create a peer pressure. Now, some of the friends or some of the folks who that person is interacting with the 4 years, they are really able to make more money than choosing a career in space sector.
So let's say if I go into IT or I go into business consulting, I'd probably make a lot more money than if I go into space.
Yes. So now it means the interest should come within. So someone might have had developed a lot of interest right from their childhood and want to really pursue career in space industry. Then they try to forego that sort of peer pressure and choose the career in space industry. Now, after choosing the career in the space industry, what's the challenge is, okay, now since I'm associated with the startup, now what happens? Like, so when I get into this startup, I'll have to focus on one particular specialization. So I'll have to unlearn everything that I learned and have to learn only something that this space tech startup is specialized in.
Sure.
Now, if this space tech startup doesn't succeed, where do I switch or where do I make my career?
So it's still uncertain that way too.
Yeah, uncertain. And that is one of the reasons, like Ishan mentioned, like 80-90% of the students choose ISRO over the private companies in the current stage.
Oh, because once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, once you're in ISRO, like, yeah, you have, like, you can foresee yourself, like, yeah, you will get that rigorous training that's required to execute the projects and also contribute your learning and like you are certain about your career also. And the other thing, now these universities are not specific to only space technology. They offer plethora of options. Like someone who gets into these institutes, right? So they can like look for some sort of economics, some sort of IT, some sort of consulting, some sort of data scientists, so which are currently in the booming area. And so they get digressed from the mainstream that they wanted to pursue and choose a career in other areas. Because so one of the main reasons to that is there's no experiential learning that is happening currently in these institutes, the so-called coveted IITs.
What do you mean by experiential learning over here?
For example, like if you wanted to launch a satellite, right? So not every institute has that atmosphere, has that setting for students to really do some sort of experiments and come up with the optimized approach, optimized solution. So basically, they never failed in doing something, and which is becoming sort of a hurdle for them to really choose an option in space industry.
Yeah, and that's probably happening in the better tech schools around the world, where they give enough opportunities to their current students to have some sort of experiential learning in dealing with some of these equipments.
So yeah, on the same note, like since the startups that they're looking for these workforce from these institutes, they definitely lack certain skills that's required for them to sustain in these startups. Although this is a situation, the startups try to look for the people only from these institutes because they have undergone rigorous hardships, right? So it's not very easy to be.
But the people in these institutes don't necessarily want to go to these startups because they're not paying them better than some of the other. So at least for now, unlike how it is in the US or other countries, the space sector is still not a better pay master than the other sectors which are available for an engineer. So, if I were to think of policy recommendations, maybe that would be one. From what I'm hearing from you, and maybe Aarti could reflect on some of this, is there's also something to say about the great Indian charm for a government job. There's probably also something to say about the underlying problems with the Indian education system, which you see reflected in UPSC aspirants, which you see reflected in people trying to get into the IITs or the Delhi universities, etc. It's I'm looking at some very common structural problems over there, which are probably also playing a part in here. So yeah.
So I'll just take this one because this has been one of the most controversial questions, like the answers that I've received from the private sectors about the education and whether whether these institutions are doing their job well to enable the students to be more creative and innovative in the space spectrum. So a lot of these company founders, what they have said is that they're more than tired of the pedagogical system of education in India, especially. This is what they said, that for students to be actually skilled and to be part of the space industry, they need not have to crack IIT, JEE, or those other exams that puts them in those prestigious colleges.
But these folks are only hiring from prestigious colleges.
So that's what I'm trying to show you. Like, here's the contradiction here.
Yeah.
So the thing is, they need talent. Now the thing is, they are open to hiring people, but how many of us layman folks who have not done, who have not studied at IIT or any of these engineering colleges have actually gone into the space industry, especially to work for a private company?
It's a chicken and egg story from what I can hear from you. Yeah.
Right, obviously, but then but this question is worth pondering over, because if you think about it, what they are suggesting is that these IITs and these big institution colleges, they are basically manufacturing factory products of sorts. So it's like students are they set in their ways, but private sectors in India, they are actually looking for students to be more creative and innovative with their approach, be it problem solving skills or critical thinking, or even how to analyze. So they do not want you to have that conventional thinking when you're addressing a problem. They want you to have a more creative spin to your problem solving skills. But how do you actually inculcate such a skill in a student, or in a person, or in a candidate who is currently training? So
what do you, when you take this message back to a professor from some of these big institutions, what do they have to say about this?
Yeah, so
or do they think that they are doing probably the best of the job that can be done?
So it's I would say again it's a bit controversial, and which is probably why they requested anonymity.
Sure.
But the thing is, when it comes to how these careers or the curriculum is set for students seeking to be part of the space industry, they need to have they're actually looking for people to be free thinkers. But at the same time, you also need someone who has to have a logical thinking. So, you
And
know,
they
when you
need
look at
not
it,
be competing skills or values. You
yes,
can have both.
exactly. Yeah. So when you say creative, like again, so right now they're sort of in that position where they know that they're lacking something, but they don't know how to change it, or what change would make the most sense in this scenario. So
Interesting.
yeah,
I still don't get it. Like maybe Santosh and Ishan could
yeah,
also weigh in on this. That the complex situation that I have in front of me is that the companies are saying that the students who are coming in are not skilled enough, and they need not come from the IITs, or they need not come from that crazy JEE process that takes place. But at the same time, the companies are still sticking to the IITs. They are still sticking to, let's not just call the IITs, but then to all of the premier institutions, and probably not having enough outreach into other sources of hiring. And at the same time, when you go to the professors in some of the institutions and you say that the companies think that the skills that the students are learning over here are not good enough, then the professors, I don't know, are they a little ambiguous about it, or they recognize the problem, but they just don't know what to do about it?
So for this, I would actually ask Ishan to take over, because he has had like a full-fledged conversation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So out of all the all the professors that I've interviewed, through many IITs, I've gotten many responses as such to what they teach the particular students, to how they can adjust to later, when they are when they're being recruited by the public sector or the private sector. And so they have said that they teach the students soft skills, as in how to design and model all the rockets, and some other soft skills, etc., and experimental skills. And here in experimental skills, it basically means like how a student can structure a whole particular machinery, and all the other types of machinery in space equipment. And so but one specific question that I had asked is, do they provide the particular space companies, or maybe just they provide by themselves any practical experiments that students can do? And so they have said that we do not provide such practical experiments. And so here you can see that there is a gap. And so there is, from this you can see that why the private space companies are saying that there's a huge skill set gap in the particular workforce, is because students are not being taught the actual practical and logical skills pertaining to the whole space industry, and their particular jobs. And so concluding here that all the particular like all the particular requirements that is said for each student, that as Arti mentioned, they need to be more creative, more imaginative. And as the loophole was mentioned, that private space companies do want students from prestigious schools. However, they also are saying that such prestigious schools such as IIT are cramming their brain with just particular set of instructions, and just doing what you just ordering them, like for example the JE. And so this particularly makes the students not as imaginative, not as talented as the private space companies want them to be. And so here you can see how there's a large difference in margin, and how the skill set gap is being created. From also from other another interview, we also got data as to what he suggested, how we can, clear this skill set gap. And it's a really long-term process, but he basically said that to abolish, such it was quite a controversial statement, but
Sure.
yeah, it's to abolish, such prestigious, universities who are just making the students, go and just do the particular
So
JE
radical.
and exam. And yeah, but they said that a student should is applicable for learning in such prestigious universities by just getting a 90% above in his
JE or whatever.
no, his normal tests. Yeah, undergrad
Undergrad
exams.
exams.
And not going through that really competitive phase of just selecting only the students who have gotten ridiculous amount of highest marks and highest percentage. Because that process there, getting the highest percentage and all, creates this whole system of having such difficult exam that it becomes like a whole factory of sorts, and it puts students under this particular process where they lose such imaginative creativity skills here. And so yeah, that's what
I think based on what you're saying, these guys should talk to each other. The university professors and the space entrepreneurs need to have a candid conversation, and maybe we should organize it that, hey guys, sit over here and listen to each other, because the university profs are saying that we are teaching them soft skills, we are teaching them all the tech skills, we are getting them to experiment with stuff, and the folks on the entrepreneurship side are saying that these folks, they don't have the right technical skills, they don't have enough of the soft skills, the creativity, etc. So there's certainly a gap somewhere.
Yeah.
And I'd like to lean onto the entrepreneurs side, because they are the ones who set the demand for the talent. So there is certainly a gap over there, which is good feedback for some of our premier educational systems. Santosh, let me bring you in. But while doing that, let me also just make a comment, and perhaps you can also touch upon that I see a fundamental problem in the Indian education system, which is that it is so damn hard to get into a good college, to get into a good institution. You have to, you only said that there's a 1:150 ratio, and it is extremely hard to get in. But once you're in it, it's not as if you get the best of the education. So for the effort, the quality of education that you get is not commensurate. And it's a huge problem. But I don't know, you can comment on this, but then I'd also like to hear your thoughts on the overall.
Yeah, sure. So now if I look at from the entrepreneur lens, right? So they have two problems to solve. One is to find a resource who can really fit into their needs. And the other one is, how do I find? So like they themselves are clear
like the
about
channels through which they'll find. Okay.
Now they themselves are clear about the person or the resource whom they want to be part of their growing space, but they really are not sure about how do they find. So because they are also into like startups, and they don't have a set rigorous examination or recruitment pattern in place so that they can recruit good set of folks or the ideal folks who fit into their roles.
Right.
And since these IITs have sort of ensured the people, or I mean the people who enter into IIT, right? So they have really good cognitive thinking skills, because they have to be very perseverant. They are very tenacious.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, and as you said, like this 1:150. So I, being myself an IIT graduate, I know how hardship, like one has to really isolate themselves from all the social activities, and they have to just stick to what they're doing for almost a couple of years, and build that tenacity in them so that they sustain any sort of atmosphere in IITs.
But that also comes at a cost, right? Like
yes.
If you isolate yourself just to prepare for one thing, I know that the system is structured in that way, so you can't really do much about it. But then the cost for that could be your ability to think creatively, to look at the other social trends which may not be immediately related to your sector of work, right?
So now, after to your point on the quality of the education, so once we go through these hardships, right? So the majority of the folks who enter into these institutes during their undergraduation, the feeling or the learning that they think is not to the mark that they had learned during their course of preparing for this entrance exam. So this is because the academy or the curriculum is not very updated to the industry needs, and it's not very evolving in nature. So all the students are being taught the same old concepts, the same old innovation of wheel right from the zero, and there's no experimental learning, and no course in these institutes really make students to fail. That's one of the biggest problems in these institutes.
Yeah, failure is not okay.
Yeah, failure is not okay. And now, given that fact, I mean, especially in India, right? So we have skipped that manufacturing sector completely. So we like after Industry 2.0, like majority of the economists were like piling up, or like they're adding to their manufacturing capabilities, but India just moved to the IT sector. Yeah. And since this advent of this IT sector, now most of the people who despite land up into these institutes to pursue their dreams in different streams, but they finally converge into only this IT sector because of the lucrative options that this IT sector offers. So automatically, I mean, by virtue, what happens is once you get into the institute, the 4 years is something only very handful of folks try to show real interest in learning the stream that they get into, but majority of them just try to like pass time for the 4 years. So you're kind of like you're trying to deteriorate the quality, or like you're underutilizing the person's ability to really make some difference.
So it's again coming down to the fundamental ailments of our country's systems, that strict, non-flexible curriculum.
Yeah.
At the back of it, probably a lot of bureaucracy, which slows down growth and slows down change, and just a lack of connect between industry and the academia, and also people working extremely hard to get into institutions and not getting the kind of intellectual and educational payoff from out of these institutions, unless they themselves have some extraordinary leanings to go out of the way, break the structure, go around the structure and learn for themselves. So there's no institutional support to do that, which are probably the great Indian ailments that we suffer from. Aarti, over to you.
Yes, adding to that, I would my understanding of the prestigious institutions is that when they so since the space sector also it's divided into most of the companies previously, they were all associated with ISRO as manufacturing partners and subcontractors.
Right.
So a lot of their jobs would be very specific to mechanical engineering or civil engineering or certain very specific skill sets, whereas with the new age and the new private space sector that has emerged, so with that boom, now the companies, these companies are actually these companies are looking at end-to-end satellite launches and space missions.
Yeah.
So for that, they cannot have people who are just specifically made for only certain kind of roles. They want someone who has a more lucrative approach towards the space industry, or towards it can't be just manufacturing certain product or designing a certain product. It has to be a it has to have a very creative approach towards what you're designing, and how it's going to benefit the company who is looking towards a more end-to-end mission.
So like you got to be that person. You don't have to be that person who specializes in, let's say, a particular program or a particular skill, but you got to be that person who is an industry, a space industry person, and knows how to get the thing done eventually, and combine probably different skills to get the final output.
Right. So, you know how they say, jack of all trades, master of none. Here, the approach changes, and it's more like you need to be jack of all trades, because that will make you master of one.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think that is words of wisdom for a lot of things on, how we are dealing with things today. In fact, was day before yesterday or yesterday, we were discussing in one of my lectures, is that I remember when I was in class 11th, we had a couple from NASA who had visited our school, and they were talking about how the world is moving towards super specialization. This was back in 2007. But now increasingly, you look at startups in tech areas now, even places like science outfits like NASA, etc. They are talking about having a diversity of skills. So some bit of generalists have found greater appreciation in the new paradigm of how we are growing in this world. So from 2007 to 2021, that has probably been the greatest shift, and probably as a career advice, this is at least true for now, that right now you can't afford to be just a super specialist and make it big, at least in the startup culture.
Yes, that's very true.
Yeah.
And
Santosh, were you I saw you itching to say something over there.
Yeah, I do agree. So, like, given the advancement in the technology space, especially the interdisciplinary approach is the need of the hour. So you give enough flexibility for the students to really pursue their interest areas, and at the same time provide avenues for them to harness their expertise.
Absolutely. Let me take a question from the audience. So Tina, who's also a GPODS fellow, she is asking, what are your thoughts around attracting CSR funding to support ISRO and similar institutes? Okay, that's a new idea. And creating sponsorship opportunities for vocational short-term courses on the same specialty to address the skill gap, and probably starting something from the school years itself. That's a great question. Aarti, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sheena, for the question. And I was actually more interested in the second part of the question about creating sponsorship opportunities for vocational and short-term courses. So much recently in the budget 2021, the government, if you know, the government had actually allocated 500 crores to specifically towards the National Apprenticeship Training Scheme. So the idea is, because they understand that there needs to be that certain mentorship is required, especially for engineering graduates or students who are looking towards specific tech and engineering positions. So I believe that with this move, although this was already there, they have sort of renewed this now, the NAT scheme. So it was already there in the past. However, there wasn't enough implementation, which seems to be a concern when it's always a problem with the government, right? Like the implementation to see the results, it's always a little, like, it takes time. However, learning that, in this year's budget, the government has once again put their, attention towards the NAT scheme. So this is something in lines with creating sponsorship opportunities, as per my understanding. And not only would this address the skill set gap, it would also give students the opportunity to have a proper mentorship program that they usually do not have in the university, the curriculum. So this seems like a very interesting approach. However, you can only see results if it's, implemented to its fullest.
Absolutely.
So regulating that, monitoring and regulating this is going to be, something that we have to wait and watch.
Absolutely.
And as for the first part of the question, I mean, if anybody else from the team would like to jump in and take it, that would be great.
Yeah, I can take it out of it. So generally, the corporates usually divert their CSR funds to those areas where they have visibility into. They try to pick and choose the projects, for example, like village development or some sort of educational development or setting up some school. So the problem or the concern there is, now if they have, if they pick and choose those projects where they have visibility into, they can control the stakes over it. Now they can decide the course path, how they want the project to be executed, how they want the funds to be transferred, and what should be the modus operandi. And on top of it, it helps them involve the employees as part of their employee engagement activity, if they can choose those projects. But now
they also want to see clear and immediate impact. That's also an important obsession to be taken into account, right?
Absolutely.
And rightly so for many reasons, yeah.
And now taking that into consideration, like so far, they, like no one has ever kind of like diverted their funds. And one more constraint here is the law mandates that the CSR funds should be utilized only into those projects which are in the vicinity of 40 to 50 kilometers from where the establishment is located. Now, given this ISRO, right now it's or maybe you take any private player, like you create some sort of institution. You cannot really transfer funds, or the law really doesn't allow the companies to make that sort of arrangement to happen in place at this moment. So that's why, like, although like what I mean, they're trying to find a means and setting up scholarships to allow students to pursue courses in those areas they are interested in. But again, that course should be, or that college or the course that they choose should be within that vicinity. Like if some establishment is located in Maharashtra, they cannot really sponsor students who are in Andhra Pradesh or Delhi or something like that. So yeah, there needs to be some sort of workaround around that to happen on those policies, so that it becomes a free flow market for everyone to invest in or like divert their funds towards.
Yeah,
absolutely. Ishan, yes.
Yeah, I would like to also add on to Santosh's statement about the CSR funding. I would say that since India is a developing country, there's a lot of, we have quite a lot of population. There's a lot of, poverty also, which is present. And so here, I would say companies which would want to fund between a private space company or, towards an NGO or towards something more beneficial to the poor. They would probably choose more to go towards that, as that would actually provide them more I would say
immediate benefit of
more, yeah, and also popularity in terms of their vicinity, because through social medias, they'll get to be more known, because they have provided to such to the needy. And so providing their funds towards the space companies would actually not get that much recognition. To add on to this, the space industry is actually quite its benefits actually is quite long term. each particular mission which happens, or each task which the companies choose to undergo through, they are quite lengthy, and it takes a lot of time to actually execute that task. And so here, since I would mention that the public really likes immediate benefits, it would also not really support towards that. And so finally leading to the companies actually providing the CSR funding towards the need,
Right.
and yeah, to such NGOs.
Okay. All right, guys. This was a great discussion. Just to sum up, if I were to ask each of the panelists that if there was one recommendation that you were to make, the most important one in your opinion, to give a boost to the space sector in India, and that recommendation could be for the government, for the educational institutions, for the startups, or to whoever, or to all of them, what recommendation would you have that you think would be critical to give a boost to the space sector in India? You can take a moment to think about it whenever you're ready. Aarti, I see you're ready already. Yeah. Okay.
The way I see it, and based on all the research that we've done, how like the space industry is really vast. I mean, it took us
India is
almost
just probably 2% of the global space industry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3%.
So I would say it took us it took us a month just to understand the space industry, and before we could delve into the nitty-gritties of what we actually have to research. So you can imagine that the scope for each and everything is like it's either really high or it's like negligent. So in terms of what needs to be done next, definitely one of the most important things that has to be done is to upskill. Like upskilling is really important, but how do you go about that? I mean, that is one of the pressing concerns, because there is a lack of transparency in terms of what the private sectors require, what the government, what the public sector requires, and what the educational institutions are developing, I would say. So there is that lack of they don't align together, and that is probably something that needs to be looked at first. And secondly, although this may not be like an immediate action,
Right.
but I do believe that this is something that has to be pan the space industry, I would say.
And
Because
everything.
Exactly, everything. And in fact, even in the
That's
space
GPODS
industry,
for you.
yes, definitely. So because if you think about it, like it's not just the students who need to learn, the professors also need to learn.
Brilliantly
Like
said.
how else are
Brilliantly
you going?
put. Yes.
Yeah, so which is that is something, the idea of a lifelong learning that needs to be more accepted and practiced. So yeah, that is my takeaway from this. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think that's really insightful. From a paradigm where, education doesn't matter, it's just life skills that matter, to lifelong learning. It's, it's a huge leap we want to take. But thank you so much for that, Ishan.
Yeah, same with Aarti's approach. I would say that we look at the problem from its base, and addressing the skill set gap. We would say that we have to we have to teach the students and the professors about all the particular exact skills which they need. And so for students, we can look at it as providing insights of the space sector from high school, or middle school, going to the many different schools and providing knowledge about our Indian space sector, because that is never done.
That's something that the government can do.
Yeah, that's exactly what like
And even private
government can do.
sector schools, yeah.
Yeah, private companies can go to many different schools, advertise their
Yeah.
company and also about the whole Indian space sector. And so this is how students get more knowledge. They become more curious
Catch
towards
them early in
the
many
space sector.
senses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, catch them early. And so yeah, this is my key takeaway from this.
Interesting.
So yeah,
Santosh?
uh, I look at it from the two different perspectives. One is definitely there's a gap between the academia understanding and the industrial need. So that gap has to be filled, and that gap can only be filled when academic institutions really understand where we are foraying into and what's a gap,
Yeah.
and how do we really harness the existing technology to bridge that gap. And the second perspective is the identifying or the giving opportunities for the resources. Instead of just relying on the exam, which tests your basic maths or basic science skills,
Yeah.
I mean, the interest or the student should be evaluated based on the need. It's like, for example, when you apply for the masters or the PhD, you sort of have your statement of purpose. Why do you
Yes.
want to really pursue this particular course? So now I mean, at this point, at this juncture, it's definitely need. I mean, that has to come into place and make students or make people like just not restricting it to the folks who are just 16, 17 years old. If someone might develop interest at the age of 30s, 40s, now keeping this statement of purpose and the strong reason why they want to pursue this particular stream or this particular career will bridge that gap that industries are looking for.
Awesome. So what you're saying is that there's something to be thought about the channels of recruitment, and again, the fundamental problem of ignoring the aspect of motivation, which somehow we don't worry too much about in our educational system. It's all about, if you have the skills, then that there's a hierarchy, that there's mechanical, then there's biotech, and then there's this and that, and it's essentially a very, very what do you say, learn for the test, prepare for the test, and then get allocated based on your test scores, rather than what your motivations are. And I think we need to sort of change that, break that rigid mental model, and also probably break the mental model of age, where it's just that sometimes people who are 16 can only be seen as viable contributors to a particular industry, and not somebody who might want to come in a little later or even earlier. But yeah, Aarti, let's close with what
Just
you have
one
to say.
small
Yeah.
addition, actually, from the UNCTAD panel discussion. Khushbu had pointed this out about the behavioral changes that are required. And I believe that that is extremely essential even when it comes to education. So especially if you're preparing to be part of the space sector,
Yeah.
your approach towards what you're learning and what you want to do in life in the space sector, that needs to realigned more. And basically people need to be more open to being more being more creative, and being more free flowing. That free spiritedness has to be there, that you're not stuck in that 9 to 5 job, or that that structured that
You gotta
structure
break
doesn't
some
have to
structures here.
necessarily
Yeah.
be there. Yes,
Or
and
at least loosen them up.
break and maybe like
Yeah.
a Lego, just remake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And who would have thought that, the consensus over here, from what it seems, is that at the core of giving a boost to an industry as important as space, which is going to be a great contributor to the economy. At the base of it is our educational infrastructure. Santosh, Ishan, it was a pleasure speaking with you. I find myself a lot more enlightened after this conversation, and I hope that's the same with the audience. Always a pleasure, and thank you so much for who's joined us for this conversation, and I hope you found it useful. And please do feel free to reach out to us, to reach out to the panel members if you have follow-up questions. Thank you once again, and we have our next panel coming up in the next 10 minutes. So in the next 5 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Everyone. Thank you, everyone.
We'll just take a short 7.5 minute break before we start with our last panel discussion for the day. This is a place where you are not really a student, we are not really teachers, we're all coming together in a community of fellowship, and that's the reason why we call it a fellowship, where we think that everybody makes knowledge or builds knowledge based on the ideas that they already have in their mind.
Problem is greenhouse gas emissions that affect the temperature of the climate.
You have to go back to the basics each time you feel you run into an ambiguous situation. And that's where things like critical thinking and problem solving and root cause problem solving comes in. Which, for example, starts with defining first what the problem is rather than getting into solving the problem.
We're seeing the limits of the multilateral system as it was conceived 75 years ago being reached. And you see a big fight going on many levels, including these disarmament affairs. On, let's say, I always say it's basically 3 levels that we see fights going on here in the UN, including on disarmament affairs. The first is on language, the second is on money, and the third one is on positions.
Companies like Microsoft is a good example that have committed even not just to become net zero, but they want to sort of offset their historic emissions as well. So those are incredibly ambitious targets, and that's good. We want that ambition, we want that awareness.
Policy making body on environment at the same level with the General Assembly for all other issues globally. But for environment, it established the United Nations Environment Assembly.
ION term, IOI, or impact on investment. So that's essentially what this, your management really should all be about. You're trying to maximize the impact on investment.
The fact that the G7 came together and pledged an additional 1 billion doses of the COVID vaccine next year on top of the 1 billion that's already been promised. This is important. Of course, there's been criticism saying that's not enough. Well, of course it's not enough, but still, that's 1 billion.
You might define it as coordinated and synchronized action that often deliberately targets democratic states and institutions.
As in international relations and diplomacy, it often is very important, to be heard, to be able to state your case and your position. Whether you get it in the end is a different story, but in order, you have to be transparent, you have to be inclusive. And that was something that Copenhagen was not. As you perhaps know, there were like backdoor negotiations, but Paris was very, very open, very inclusive.
Every year I went to the NASCOM annual conference. Fantastic. You met people who were thinking out of the line, out of the box. It's not a small box, but a huge box and so forth. It shows that India has a capacity to develop a global industry that can service the whole world, the whole corporate world.
New technologies are emerging and being developed at a faster pace than ever. So I do think that we are going to need to do a kind of a bigger job than we are doing today in a way to get new kinds of arms control in a broad sense to work on, to discuss about the role of these.
Science of attribution, of being able to say, has changed so much that now you are able to look at the probability of events happening and the link to climate change, the link to fossil fuels. We're seeing incredible things happening in courts these days.
GPODS has helped us build such a rich network of professionals who are truly global and, are actually working at the cutting edge of solving some real policy problems.
The ability of GPODS to actually stimulate us intellectually is what best qualifies and characterizes it. And I feel personally, for me, it has really broadened my horizons.
So grateful to have had this opportunity over the last 3 months to get to know you all and also just have such incredible mentorship and intellectual stimulation. Coming out of grad school, I think I was really lacking that in my life, and to be able to have such dynamic conversations. And
I would like to look at a case study of Cambodia in Thailand. In Thailand, in 2018, the government actually set aside a social security program that also provide an health security for the 1/5% of the urban poor, and it is called National Health Equity Program. And in this equity program, it comes with two facets. Number one, it's help to guarantee the health security of the people of the 1/5% of urban poor and the poorest of the poor in the country, and also help to empower the hospitals and the district hospitals with equipment, with facilities that could aid them in attending to the urban poor.
As I said, Venezuelan migrant women, and they are caught in between a situation where their original healthcare system of their home country is not adequate to meet the needs and expectations of COVID-19. So they historically have been migrants to neighboring countries such as Colombia, but because of the restrictions on equal access to healthcare as well as other universal human rights in Colombia, it becomes a precarious situation for these migrant women who are looking for safe jobs, who are trying to avoid gender-based violence, which unfortunately is very frequently occurring over there, on top of not having that healthcare access, and are actually, in most cases, forced to return home to Venezuela. And during this pandemic, it's not good. And generally,
it was an amazing experience because I would say I've come from a totally quantitative background, and this program has given my mind some great wings because I've met mentors from different walks of life and transcending many different avenues of human endeavor. So in that sense, I would say it's total diversification, and very, very thankful to GPODS and to the fellow mates.
Good evening, everyone. Am I clearly audible?
Yes, Shiksha.
Thanks, Arpit. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the third session of GPODS Ideation Summit. Coming from the last session on space industry, the session ahead of us is equally dynamic, albeit of a very different kind of dynamism. And the topic today is representation and inclusivity of voices from the ground for policy making. But before we move on to this discussion, brilliant fellows and on the panel today who come from diverse educational and professional backgrounds to be introduced. And for the same, our first panelist is Ms. Cheena Malhotra. Over to you, Cheena.
Thank you, Shiksha. Thank you so much for having me here on the panel on such an interesting topic. Hello, everyone. I am Cheena Malhotra, and I am a public health professional. So I'm so pleased to be allotted such a dynamic and interesting topic to discuss about as a panelist today. Voices, what are really those? Why are they important? Can they really contribute in identifying the local solutions, formulations, and the policy acceptance? Can engaging with the voices in the beginning would help ensure the 100% acceptance and implementation of policies? Can we quantify the leverage of engagement in policy decision-making process? These are some of the questions that I'm trying to live with in the last 15 years of my exposure to public health. Program implementation, evidence generation, and documenting them in a form that they feed into these policies in a form of learnings, appreciations, and making. And I think I'm so thankful to GPODS, which actually gave another tangent and insights to my progressive path of understanding and addressing these unanswered questions. And I'm really looking forward to the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheena. We are looking forward to your our second panelist is Mr. Malakai Willis. Over to you, Malakai.
Hello, everyone. My name is Malakai Willis, and I'm currently at the end, well, nearing the end of my master's degree in Defense Development and Diplomacy based in the UK. And I managed to get onto this conversation at the last second. So I'm really glad to be included in this talk about inclusion. And regarding the GPODS experience so far, it's been a pretty hefty 2 or 3 months so far. And it's a case where my background is in international relations and anthropology. So my mindset is pretty much countries-based and people-based as well. But when you add the aspect of policy, it also adds another element to those levels of analysis. I hope to bring my observations here today in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Malakai. I'm sure your observations will be invaluable. Moving on, our third panelist today is Ms. Rachita Pant. Over to you, Rachita.
Hi, am I audible? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachita Pant. I'm a psychologist, and I'm trying to move, or rather transition into the field of diplomacy and sustainability. And initially, my plan was to shift into it completely, leaving behind my learnings from psychology behind. But through this fellowship, I realized how integrated these fields are. And these are the insights that I would want to convey through the discussion today on the topic of inclusion and representation. And my aim throughout the discussion will be to bring in the aspect of psychology and how we can use psychology or the principles of psychology in understanding why inclusion is important, why exclusion can have detrimental effects on not only the individuals or the groups which are excluded, but also how it can impact the society as.
Thank you, Rachita. I think that would be a very great perspective to the discussion. So the topic for the panel is the ever relevant discussion on public participation, representation, and inclusion of all groups in policy making. Before I call upon the first speaker, I have a note for the audience, which is that in between the discussion, we would have a couple of poll questions. So please drop the link and you'll get around 20 seconds to do the poll, and we will move on with the discussion then. So to begin and initiate the discussion, I would call upon Cheena to answer the very pertinent question in front of us today, which is the importance of inclusivity in policy making. Over to you.
Thank you, Shiksha. Again, So when we talk about policies, what are policies intended for? Of course, they are intended to address the problems of the people. Hence, I guess it mandates that it should be driven by the people and for the people in a democratic context. By people here, I just don't mean community members, but also the key stakeholders like the vulnerable groups, the patient bodies when we talk about policies in health, the civil society organization, the think tanks, the social, religious, and cultural leaders, and anyone who contributes building a favorable ecosystem to formulate and implement the recommended program or the policy. Acceptance of the change proposed is another very important point for any policy implementation learning for to making sure we have making sure that we have the right people involved in the process. It's equally important to have supportive ecosystem to give the power to their voices and the commitments they make to themselves as well as to others through the policy drafting. The attempts to improve policy making has always suffered a gap between the theory and the practice. Either they have been presented with unrealistic models of policy making, or they have failed to provide the support to turn the desired practices into reality. So not just in theory, but in reality. What we are debating here today is how we change the reality of I participate, you participate, and they decide, to I participate, you participate, they participate, and we decide together. So for example, having a woman politician representation on a crime in India strongly induces a positive and a significant effect on reporting of crimes by women. Let's take another example of poverty eradication. One of the key areas in which social inclusion objectives needs to be mainstreamed. It requires interventions in a wide range of areas, from microeconomics to employment to social protection, housing, education, health, information, security, justice, culture, and whatnot. Hence, it is necessary, therefore, to mainstream the objectives of social inclusion into all the relevant policies in multiple dimensions. When we address these issues of social mobility, suppose, it is necessary to examine if there is a public transport system in a particular neighborhood to improve the degree of access for marginalized communities to social, political, cultural, and economic life. Regarding coming to the health sector, we need to examine if the specific needs of the vulnerable groups are being addressed through the policy that's being proposed, or if there is any discrepancy between the mortality rate between the excluded groups and the mainstream groups. Hence, at the same time, it's very crucial to have a representation from every segment, the herd leaders coming from social, cultural, religious background in the development stage for a successful results. You know what? Currently, the weaknesses that we see in our policy making processes are the lack of well-defined policy communities. Policy makers are seeking ad hoc opinions from the experts, populist policies by the political parties, diluted role of the ministries, the technocrats, agencies, the technical think tanks, centralization. All this lead to vague, complex rules and operational guidelines, which in turn leads to poor implementation. One more point I want to mention here is that in addition to placing voices on the table, it is equally important giving the power to those voices, because participation without redistribution of power is an empty and a frustrating process. So let's take a simple example. I took my vegetarian friend to a doctor who was actually in a denial mode that he is ill, but somehow I just convinced him to be there with me. The prescription says eat meat. Okay, I convinced my friend to eat the meat, but the culture, the religion, and the community he belonged to does not allow him to eat meat. So without contextualization, policies fail to achieve effective implementation. Therefore, it's super critical not only to bring the right representations on the table, but also to give them voices and empower and strengthen the ecosystem to ensure implementation. At the same time, one thing which very less people talk about is
Sorry, China, I think we have a pause from your end.
Sure, no problem. While China joins back in, we could perhaps have the next speaker come in.
Right. I think China laid down a very great introduction and the tone for what we would be discussing in the panel today, which is the key importance of representation and policy, and what are the issues that we are seeing in the present which creates gaps from representation and inclusion to not exist in policy making as we see today. I think Malakai can throw light on the same by maybe discussing more models and the different models of policy making and the effect of inclusivity on these models and inclusion of different groups within the same. Over to you, Malakai.
Thank you very much, Shiksha. So before I share my thoughts on inclusion in general, I briefly want to go over a form of analysis that we learned in the public policy workshops with the GPODS program. So this form of analysis is called the PESTLE analysis. So that would be PESTLE. So each letter stands for a different factor of policy making: political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. And this PESTLE approach pretty much gives a holistic approach to any policy or decision-making action that you have when you're making any decisions. So I just want to highlight that to the audience as well as people who are going to watch this in the future. And I'll move on to my topic. So pretty much following Tina's line of thought, the right actors have to be identified when you're implementing policies. But of course, you can't include every single citizen in the decision-making process. So you have to identify the key actors who can help researchers and organizations understand the general thoughts of communities in different environments. The common problem that we stumble upon, though, is the fact that these methods are usually top-down. So you usually have governments or institutions that generalize particular experiences. So when they're gathering general data to assess how people on the ground are feeling, they'll usually talk about definitions of something like peace or freedom, in terms of peace being the end of war, or freedom being the freedom to participate in politics. However, when you dig into it and look at the bottom-up approaches, or even from a multi-societal approach, it gives us different models and frameworks to work with. And one of the main conceptual frameworks that I'll be talking about today is multi-track diplomacy. So this form of diplomacy, or in this form of diplomacy, any actor or any group can act as a diplomat or an ambassador for this particular cause. And this works on the basis that there is a minimum of 3 levels or tracks of society. Track 1 diplomacy refers to top leadership, which is military groups, religious actors, or political actors. Track 2, the middle range of leadership, academics, non-governmental organizations, and civil society, a lot of the ones that Chino was talking about. And track 3, which is what I want to place great focus on, which is the grassroots leadership. So that includes local leaders, health officials, community-based NGOs, and individuals in general. Of course, like I said before, when it comes down to the top-down approach, the track 1 actors, again, the governments and institutions, often give general definitions regarding things like peace and freedom. Whereas groups in track 3, such as researchers and organizations who deeply analyze communities, identify more specific and personalized definitions of these general terms, as they tend to focus on engaging directly with the communities on the ground, especially those that have recently experienced societal issues or conflict, which is my main area of focus when it comes to mediation and stuff as well. And an organization that comes to mind is Everyday Peace Indicators. It's an organization that was headed by one of my professors here at Durham University, Roger McGinty, and one of his co-workers. And the organization pretty much goes on the ground and engage with the community to assess what exactly their views towards a certain, what exactly their views are towards, or let me rephrase it. Everyday peace indicators goes into a country or an environment, or particularly a community. They gauge the interest of locals and ask what kinds of things indicate peace or freedom for you, so on and so forth. And then they'll get people to engage in that activity. And one particular case study that I'll shed light upon is in Uganda, where EPI, or Everyday Peace Indicators, went there. So when Ugandans in a particular area defined their perceptions of peace and freedom, it was the prevalence of barking dogs, the ability for boda cyclists to move about freely, and the possibility to urinate outside at night that clarified their perceptions or the definitions of peace and freedom. So by voicing their understandings of peace and security, and by compartmentalizing different aspects of the terms based on their lived experiences, communities like this effectively recontextualized broad top-down categories, making them much more nuanced and much more relatable to the everyday person reading the actual report. And without these nuanced perspectives or these nuanced accounts, their lived experiences and their actual experiences in post-conflict environments or after crises pretty much become statistics on a report, which is why it's so important to emphasize the human element to data. You can't just leave it as quantitative, because you need the quality there to actually inform the quantitative data. And anybody involved in like data gathering and so on and so forth, if your organization is able to do it, get in touch with the people who you actually got the data from and see how they got the data in the first place, especially if they were talking to people on the ground. Because of course, numbers are good to work with. They're very useful for sharing with other groups as well and initiating different initiating different decisions. But you also need to know who gave you the information in the first place. So yeah, that'll be the end of my part for now. Thank you.
Yeah, so both Malakai and China, they brought it out very well that there are certain important key communities which need to be involved in policy making. And Malakai gave us a really, with examples, explained to us that how the human approach is important in policy making, and how we have seen global examples where this human approach can differ to a great extent, and yet it is still important. So on the point of human approach, I think Rachita here would have some great insight from the perspective of psychological and behavioral analysis of what the human approach then brings to policy making. Rachita, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, thank you so much. So before I move into that, I think firstly, we also need to understand something, that when we are talking about inclusivity, when we are talking about representation, it not only it means that you are referring or to a specific section of the society or a particular culture. You are also we should also understand inclusivity in terms of spatial aspects, economic aspects, environmental aspects, physical, political aspects, the legal aspects. I mean, social inclusion dimensions include all of these. So I think that is important to understand first of all. Moving on to what makes community participation work when you go up to a particular community with certain set of policies or an intervention plan. Then I think both Malakai and China have touched upon this a little bit, and I'll just state it in very concrete steps and points. So first thing that makes any implementation easier, or it makes it more effective, is if there are proper incentives. It is so important to mark out and clearly defined what a policy's long-term incentives are. Why should the community participate? What are the risks that they might encounter? What are the benefits they might encounter through this kind of participation? And also, if whatever efforts that they are going to put into to make it a success, how are you going to incentivize that? So it's very important to lay that out to them. This form of briefing will set a psychological awareness and foundation in them, which will help in motivating them to keep participating in it. The second thing is again related to the first point, which is matching your rewards, the needs of why you are doing what you're doing, and the efforts. It is important to form this link and also relate and narrate this to your whatever community or part society you are working towards. The third thing is a proper channel of communication. That is really important. You may intend something, they might understand something else. So that a proper channel of communication becomes a really effective tool. Also, it is not only you communicating to them, but also listening to what their feedback is, what they have to say, and that will help in giving you your checks and balances. The fourth thing would be creating a streamlined and simplified procedure. So like Malakai also mentioned, and I think even China mentioned this, having certain groups perform. So basically, the roles and duties assigned to you as a government or as a private body working in a particular community shouldn't be too broad or too narrow. It should be structured enough, but also a little flexible to adapt to the changing dynamics and situations in the context you are working in, because you will need to understand you're working with a human population, and things change. Human beings are dynamic in nature, so their mindsets may change in positive and in negative ways. So you need to be able to be flexible enough to incorporate that, and hence must not be too diffused or too structured. And lastly, there a very important issue which hinders in the community participating in your policies or in your programs is the lack of trust. They may not trust you because the people prior to you, maybe the government or the private bodies who have worked with them, or the local governments that have worked with them, they could not, because of certain behaviors or certain mindsets that they held, they could not attain their trust. And so here I think community participation can be installed by having members of the same community, bringing out certain members from the same community, so they can be set up as role models who engage in those certain behaviors or actions, and that in itself leads to change in the mindsets of the rest of the community and helps in gaining trust in you, whether you are the government or you are a private body or the local government. So that is one thing. Another thing that I want to talk about is what are certain prerequisites in a society as a whole that can help in creating a more inclusive society. So I'm going to be referring to my notes because I don't want to miss any points. Firstly is more related to the judiciary and the legislature, is having respect for human rights, freedoms, rule of law at national and international levels. And for that to happen, not only does the the governments, but like all sections of the society need to have this value for human rights, or humans from different parts of the world and societies. So that is one thing. Another thing is that all members of the society, there should be some form of communication which installs these ideas in people to to participate in civic, social, economic, and political activities, whether they are at a community level or at a local level or at a national level. Because we may think these are very trivial things, but eventually all these little things add up to making people more open to different kinds of ideas, different kinds of people and diversity, and that in itself helps in inclusion. And when that happens at the societal level, it will also happen at the government's level, and at other large levels. Another thing that is the existence of strong civil society, and for that to happen, an active participation is needed, which I have also mentioned before. And also, like Gina also mentioned briefly, public policies and institutions need to be made accountable for their actions. And I think Malika also mentioned this when he said that you need to have reports stated out not only with quantitative figures but also with qualitative analysis in them. The other thing is, in order to encourage all inclusive participation, there must be universal access to public infrastructure and facilities. Then equal access to public information plays an important role. So as I mentioned before, this is like, it acts like a psychoeducation system, wherein at the cognitive level, when you make a change, it will affect the behavioral and the emotional level, hence leading to change in the overall society, in the overall mindsets of the people. Then also equity, whether it is in distribution of wealth and resources, also helps. So the way these resources are distributed can either lead to more polarized and disintegrated societies or more inclusive societies. And hence, even though a lot of people are against the notions of keeping quotas or having these kind of provisions, but these do help in eventually leading to a more inclusive society. The problem may happen in the way this is implemented, which is a different story. Also, a very important point is creating tolerance. And tolerance can only happen when there is awareness, when people celebrate diversity. And this is not only, celebrating different festivals from different societies, or enjoying the delicacies of different cultures, but tolerance can also be different people participating for a common cause. So creating superordinate goals is a very common strategy also. You often use to remove in-group, out-group differences. And educating from a very young age is very important, because after a point, after an age, your personality, it becomes so rigid that it's sometimes, for some people, it may be hard to change the rigid structure, cognitive structures that they have grown up with. So educating youngsters, being involved with the youth is very important, because they can these kind of interactions can lay building blocks which can help, which can lay the foundation for any further or future interventions that you will make. And lastly, effective leadership. Now, here it's just important that the leadership is not, creating a disconnect between the people and their leader, because that will completely fail your plans. And also creating positive narratives about particular cultures or societies. So here media can play a very important role. And often, sadly, a lot of times, even when media, whether it's the entertainment or whether it's the news media, when they try to talk about or portray certain communities, often they are bashed because they are bashed for representing the or reinstating the stereotypes which a certain section of the society does not want to be associated with. But what people fail to realize is by portraying these communities, they are not reinstating those stereotypes. Rather, they are making people aware of why these stereotypes exist, what is the reason behind, because there is some truth to every stereotype, but of course I'm not saying that stereotypes are true, but there is a certain truth which leads to the formation of a certain stereotype or prejudice. So when these kind of positive narratives are portrayed in the media, I don't think they should be discouraged, because they are creating a background knowledge or awareness amongst people why why understanding a certain section of the society is important, so that people who are having these kind of stereotypes may eventually their stereotypes can disintegrate, and they stop holding those kind of beliefs. And also it can also help in understanding the process. I don't know if I could make that clear. So I think I will stop now, and Shiksha can take over.
Thank you, Rachita. I think those detailed points on how societies and human behavior is such a complex and a result of so many different factors which need to be considered, which I believe policymakers often miss out. Because even when Malakai and China were putting for their points of like what is the importance of inclusion in policy making, we tend to look at it from a very so as to say mechanical perspective. And even when we talk about the human element, we forget that there are so many social factors which affect the human being, and thus that human being goes on to affect the society, the politics, and everything that we see around us, right? And both you and Malakai started off with looking at policy making from these various perspectives, but I think you bringing in the psychological and behavioral perspective really added a great dimension to the discussion. I must thank you for the same. And I believe now that in the spirit of the topic that we have today, which is inclusion and representation, we should definitely include the audience and give them a voice within our discussion. So I'll be posting the poll link on the chat box right now, and I request everyone to follow the link and post in their answers for the poll. I must say that there is no right answer. It's just to get a general opinion of the audience we have today. And we give you 20 seconds within which also, if anyone has any questions, or if the panelists would like to maybe engage with one of the questions which has come from Arpit in the chat box, you're free to do so. Any of the panelists? I would share the poll results as soon as everyone is done with their answers.
So guys, my question to you is based on some of the initial discussions, that wouldn't public participation in governance lead to more populist policies in the world?
So when you ask about populist policies, what do you mean by that, Arpit?
Well, what I mean by that is policies which may apparently look good for a majority of the public, but then they may overall not be desirable from an equity point of view. So, for example, populist governments, they tend to cut down on the rights of the minorities. Populist governments would sometimes argue for belligerence towards another nation, while it may not be the interest in the interest of the nation. So, just in the sense of the current right-wing populism which we see all across the world, wouldn't public participation and governance bring in more of that?
I think it'll be maybe not completely the opposite, but it's a case where, because it's including more voices from marginalized groups or even outside groups or even people abroad, it's a case where, of course, the loud minority of the extremist right-wing views will still be very loud, but ultimately there'll be a minority. Because even if you bring multiple ethnic groups together, ethnic minorities together, they can still overwhelm the minority group who is also native to the country. So, for example, if I got together with several Pakistanis, Indians over here in the UK, and there are a bunch of like right-wing nationalists here in the UK, more of us would overwhelm them in terms of our opinions. And we could also engage at that certain level as well. Because of public participation, there'll be more room to talk about these issues from different perspectives. And I'll be going into that a bit later on in the talk.
Sure. No, thank you. Cheena?
Yes, I think Cheena also has to contribute.
Yeah. So Arpit, I think I'm sorry because of the technology challenge I lost the connection. So the last piece of what I was talking was actually also focusing on prioritizing the stakeholders when we involve different people into the process of policy making. So there are different agencies who may hold different authorities at different levels of policy making process. So every policy has several actors and factors and key stakeholders who are involved in addressing the issues at different stages. But we know very little about their positioning in the whole landscape. So the last point that I was actually trying to stress on was that when we decide that whom to be involved and how they need to be prioritized in the whole policy making process, we should try to answer the following questions to ourselves, which is like, who is being affected by the problem and for whom the policy is being made? Who plays a role in shaping the policy and program decisions? Who's advocating what? And who is providing the technical information to whom? How strongly can each actor influence the shaping of the policy or the program decision making? And what is the level of active support that each actor can contribute over competing priorities? So this would actually help us to get an opportunity for having collective decision-making process and bring about a sort of a systems change to prioritize the voices of choice. Top-downers probably need to merge with the bottom-uppers. Otherwise, we all know that it's very convenient to find cracks to leak through, leading to unsuccessful implementation of the policy, and the problem stand as it is, unresolved.
Absolutely. I think that's a nuance when you say that top-downers need to meet the bottom-uppers halfway, and that's probably the fine balance that we need, wherein there's room for technocrats, there's room for voices from the ground. So thank you so much for that.
We also have the poll results in front of us now, and I think basis the discussion which was about what are the key problems and the needs for inclusivity. I believe the majority of our audience believe that the lack of feedback mechanism is an important problem, due to which we have the issue of lack of representation and inclusivity. And I think, Cheena, you can give us some more insight, having discussed the issue and having discussed even the importance and thus the need of inclusivity. And not only that, giving more nuance to the discussion, we have even discussed the different approaches by which it can be done, like both you and Malakai talked about the top-down, the multi-level approaches. What more can be done? What is the way ahead? And maybe that would share more insight with our audience. So I would give it to you for the same.
Sure, certainly, Shiksha. And thank you so much, our audience, for participating in the question. And I completely endorse the fact that feedback mechanism is very, very, very important for strengthening the policy making mechanism. So it's very important that creating the dynamic policies, which allows a 360-degree and bi-directional feedback mechanism, is something that we should definitely look up for and make sure that we are able to make it possible in reality. This will help to make the policy ever living, always breathing, and can always have the opportunity to evolve with the multi-generational developments. Creating participation from all different sectors is easy to say, but is a very challenging process. At the same time, policy needs to keep evolving with the changing world and the changing ways of people's life. So for example, right now our policies which are there in this space, and coming from a healthcare background, I will talk more from that perspective. There is a faster acceptance of technology by the youth in the policy space versus the adaptation that our health policies have adopted towards the adoption of technology or making it a part of an important part of policy implementation. Second, I would like to re-stress on the point that by giving place and voices to the right people and the stakeholders in the planning process, involving them from the beginning will increase responsibility, accountability to ensure adoption, acceptance, and at least 80% implementation of what has been recommended. So we need to develop the frameworks for active engagement from various stakeholder constituencies. There has to be a mechanism to improve inclusivity, objectivity, equity, and transparency in the policy-making process, as well as in the implementation of that policy. So the policy will clearly define what needs to be done, but through implementation, we need to define how that needs to be done, especially if it's related to issues of public health or universalization of health services. Processes must evolve with the aim of convergence on the last, leaving no one behind. Also, there are mechanisms already in place, I think, through a variety of international bodies and groups to support the empowerment and capacity building of vulnerable and disadvantaged groups, including women, youth, older people, people with disability, and indigenous population, with their implementation actions and programs adopted at the UN summits as well as conferences. Those can easily be just adapted or transformed for strengthening the policy shaping across different countries. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Tina. I think we took our discussion to a very great direction, wherein we not only discussed the loopholes, the problems, but now we are at a stage of discussing the solutions. But one of the things which I think we briefly touched upon during the course of the discussion, and thanks to Arpit's question, we brought in the perspective about the benefits of public participation, of inclusion and representation, and even what is needed to be done, the changes in approach of policy making. Could there be a possibility of any negative implications? And Malakai, I believe you wanted to throw more light on the same, that could inclusion of certain groups which can prove to be dangerous can lead to a negative impact on policy making. So Malak, I think you can pitch in here and throw some light on this.
Will do. So before I dig into that topic, however, I'd like to mention things that Rachita and Tina have said relating to this. So yeah, again, the general gist of this part will be identifying whether or not it's important that multiple groups come to the negotiation table, whether or not they're controversial or dangerous. And I want to shed light on several psychological aspects that Rachita mentioned. In particular, I want to focus on lack of trust and creating tolerance in this part of the talk, because the most significant level of tolerance that needs to be practiced today, rather than be racial or financial or anything, is probably more to do with like ideological tolerance, rather than completely beating down somebody else's point of view. And of course, while the groups that I might be talking about today might be controversial, excluding or ostracizing them from the conversation leads them to take extreme measures to actually reclaim their voices, which is why I'm also going to talk about China's point that she made, where she was talking about the change in evolution of policy making and even inclusion in general. Part of that evolution needs to include retrospection. What has contributed to crises in the recent past? And one of the main ones I'm looking at in my dissertation right now that deals with mediation, counterterrorism, and inclusion is the fact that a lot of radicalist groups and extremist groups tend to be groups who have been marginalized and then ostracized from the conversation, to the point where they've sought people from outside the country or outside of their group to gain sympathy and support. And that's led to a very, well, as you can see, it's led to several terrorist attacks all over the world. And I'll pretty much be restarting here and talking about the situation from the top. So again, prior to them becoming extremists or insurgents, they're theoretically part of the public, or more realistically, they usually tend to be in the marginalized groups of society. On the topic of representation and inclusivity, it becomes clearer and clearer that inclusion is not meant to include every single group, as we've discussed already, but groups that can either make a societal discussion look more legitimate by including underrepresented groups, such as ethnic minorities or women, or simply extending the conversation to security issues that deal with a particular majority of the group, leaving the troublemakers or the controversial groups outside of the conversation. And these troublemakers usually represent, they usually interest groups that represent a particular line of thought. So I guess in the case of Islamist groups, it tends to be more of like a hyper-traditional line of thought, for example. And when they're seen as troublemakers or groups that would spoil or undermine the discussion, they're usually kicked out. But despite their controversy or the potential risks of their inclusion, their representatives, like the others at the table, will have to abide by certain rules. So when it comes to parliamentary talks in the UK, for example, there's a person who designates who should speak at what time. There are rules in the policy-making table. So even if the representative is an extremist, they'll still have to be told to shut up when they have to. And while some could argue that giving them a platform to speak could cause them to convince other citizens to follow their potentially extremist rhetoric, there'll be amongst other representatives that could simply refute their ideas and completely counter their ideologies as well. So there'll always be a counterbalance to their extreme opinions on the other side as well, because there's room for discussion, especially in democratic countries. Situations like this usually happen. Usually see this kind of example when you're watching political debates on television. And I'm going to refer to particular cases back a few years ago when Nigel Farage, one of the predominant leaders of the UK Independence Party several years ago, was like a leading figure for the right-wing extremists in the UK. He was quite a charismatic speaker who had a following that pretty much acted as a loud minority. And I've mentioned that phrase before. And while they were loud, I have to place emphasis on the fact that they were a minority, and their group was small because their ideas could easily be refuted. I argue that opposition, be it light or extreme, is required for any ideas or policies to be refined, as criticism from multiple sides of the table improves policymaking or decision-making processes. And even when you're speaking amongst your friends, there's always a counterbalance of me saying this, you saying that, and then our ideas formulate and become even more refined. Conversely, like on the opposite end, in nations where those controversial groups are more extremist with their ideologies, and where they're not in countries that are democracies, for example, when you constantly exclude those groups, that's when it becomes a bit more risky, well, a lot more risky. Because once you start ostracizing them, like I mentioned before, it could potentially lead to the worst case scenario where they become armed rebel groups or terrorist groups as well. So while top-down actors like the government could try to isolate them from any domestic support, the interconnected nature of the world enables those groups to secretly appeal to other groups worldwide. And this tends to be the case with so-called Islamist groups. They make a claim saying that this is on behalf of Allah, this is for our brothers and sisters around the world, even if they don't believe that, secretly fund them, secretly provide them more fighters, and most importantly, secretly keep on adding to their resurgence. So even if a group like ISIS were to be knocked down tomorrow, and even though they have been, today we have ISIS-K, which claimed that launched the attack on the Kabul airport. And people were like, but we defeated them years ago, but it's not the case. Disgruntled with the world and the way that they're being treated across the world. So yeah, whether they're religious or not, they still appeal to supporters worldwide. And unfortunately, the worst case scenario has happened very frequently in recent times. So I very much call for greater inclusion of marginalized groups. And if their representatives are controversial, engage with others at the table who will critically analyze and argue against those views. Because again, with any type of group, even if we're talking about particular things like discussions about gender or anything, today there are too many groups being demonized for their views rather than being asked about why do you think that way. And I've had it in the past, like even some of my anthropological classes where there was a transgender student and I asked a particular question, I don't remember what it was, but they took offense to it despite it being a genuine question on my part. Their mindset was more, people keep asking me this, why can't they look up themselves? My mindset was, I don't know your world. I won't know anything about it if you don't teach me. And it could be the same thing about me being Black as well, especially in the UK where I'm a minority. If someone asks, hey, do you like eating fried chicken? I can laugh at them and be like, not all of us do, but I particularly do. And it gives room for conversation rather than attacking each other. And that's pretty much why I want to promote here in this conversation as well. So thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Malakai. I think I must commend you.
Hold on, you're muted, Shiksha. There you are.
Yeah, I think, Malakai, I must commend you for this line of thought and this perspective, because you know the intuitive response to extremist groups is generally to exclude them further and to take like belligerent and dire steps against them. And today we are seeing a lot of polarization in the world. As you mentioned, the worst case scenario in Afghanistan is right in front of us. And you saying that, you know, public participation and inclusion can always lead to more positivity, because these extremist views come in front of people and discussion only leads to prove that these views are wrong and problematic, and thus better non-extremist views is, I think, the intention and objective with which policymakers all around the world should actually go ahead with, for better policies, for more inclusive policies, and to reduce the extremism, the polarization that we are seeing in the world today. So again, I mean, not only from the perspective of the discussion, but as a human being, I would like to thank you for bringing in this perspective and giving us all this beautiful lesson, and a lesson for the future that we must all take into account, that further exclusion can only lead to more animosity. Rather, inclusion is the right answer for today's for today's world. And from the point of inclusion, I think again it's I would like to take the opportunity to include our audience and give them another very small poll, which I think would very well conclude the discussion today, and help us know what the audience drew from the discussion. So I believe you all have around 20 seconds. Please feel free to join in the poll. Okay, I think this is a very clear response from our audience today. And I think this proves that our discussion was very fruitful and successful. So to analyze the result in front of us, I think Rachita, could you pitch in, and as you have already talked about inclusion, could you give us a perspective of how exclusion then leads to globally unjust society, and why do you think our audience is with this much conviction and majority has chosen the answer?
Before that, Arpit sir, did you have any comments or questions? You had raised your hand.
Sure. Rachita, I thought by now you would get into the habit of calling me Arpit, but so no, I just had a thought, and I would invite any quick reflections if possible. That I remember once that on our campus when I was in grad school, we had a right-wing, the American right-wing, a foundation, a think tank presenting to our institute, and on that think tank, they were showing maps of which countries are free according to them, democratic, etc., etc. And they saw and they showed China and Pakistan in red, which meant that they are not part of the free world or the democratic world, etc., etc. And even though I don't have much sympathies with right-wing think tanks, and as you know that I'm a centrist myself, I don't have a sympathy, for extremely left-wing or extremely right-wing think tanks alike. I remember that some of the students on campus almost organized a pseudo protest of sorts, demanding that this organization should be banned on coming to the campus. And I remember not, quite vocally not agreeing with them, because my perspective was that why do you want to exclude their perspective if you're in a university, especially? And I think, that should hold true for the society at large. But if you're in a university, then you should be willing to have a dialogue with anybody. There's no point canceling anybody out, because you're not impressionable kids, especially when you're in a university. And this particular instance, this talk happened in a grad school. So you're not impressionable kids where you need to be protected by some thoughts or the other. You are adults who can argue, reason, and talk to people, and agree to disagree with people as well. So. And you might know, Malakai, Rachita, and China, that there's a lot of pushback on a number of speakers, especially in the US, visiting universities. There was, a number of protests at Berkeley, etc., etc. The folks I'm talking about. But do you think that there's a case that even if we don't agree with their point of view, they should be at least allowed to be on university? And how far can we push, or how far can we apply this sort of an ethic if we say that no, everybody should be allowed on the university, to banning folks on Twitter?
So I'll respond first if possible. The exact same thing pretty much happened at my previous university, which is located in Brighton, which is a very left-wing, city in general. And probably the same speakers who were going to go to your university of it probably came to my university, and they were also banned and cancelled from actually coming to talk to anybody. And even then, those are probably.
No, by the way, I'm glad that our university did not cancel them eventually.
Quite useful then, because this may be quite biased, because, ironically, I'm pretty neutral and centrist as well. But there has to be room for discussion. As long as the groups aren't walking in with guns, I'm sure anybody could counter argue against them or speak to them, as crazy as their ideas are. Because if you had somebody go to an extreme, if you had somebody going to, I guess, a more right-leaning university or even institution, and they were there advocating for same-sex marriage and so on and so forth, if they were cancelled, that'll be a massive, massive blow to the whole reputation. Which is why, from the looks of things today, one side tends to be more powerful than the other in terms of their influence. So if we're talking about China in contrast to the UK, for example, of course, democracy is a major factor of the UK, so we have a lot of public participation in talks, so on and so forth. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we have in China, people can still participate online by going on forums and talking with each other. But when it comes to policies such as even recently the one-child policy that's changed recently, now it's a three-child policy, and nobody has any say against it. And everybody's like, why would you introduce this when we can't even afford a place for a family of two? So you have those different ends of the spectrum, but you also have a pendulum that constantly swings in society as well. So in the past, again in the UK or even in the West, gender issues or societal issues or racial issues would have been swept under the rug because it was more right-wing leaning. The pendulum has shifted to the left side right now, leading people who were potentially on the other side before to like look at the other side and be like, okay, you guys are being a bit crazy now too. So politics is always shifting, but there always has to be room for discussion, because when you start demonizing the other side for not particularly being comfortable with the other side, then it's unfair to the other group who wants to speak or even ask about certain questions, because then you get demonized for something that you may have genuinely been innocent or unknowledgeable about. And if you are ignorant, if you're talking to someone ignorant, don't assume that they're being rude or trying to knock down your ideas. If they're ignorant, teach them. Simple as teach them.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. I agree. Yeah. Sheena?
Sure. So completely endorsing Arpit what Malakai said. I think it's very important to include them, because it's important to also hear their perspective, even if it is critical. Maybe that will give us a lead and also help us in the mechanism of 360-degree evaluation of what's being done. Maybe that will give us a lead to improve or to fix up things which are not working and which is actually gaining the kind of comments for China and Pakistan they had. So we should completely respect that. And one anecdote that I want to share from India on a rare disease policy, which I recently witnessed. So in the last year, the rare disease policy was carved by the government of India, and I really respect the government for the action that they had taken on the policy. Was carved and was put into the public, and there was a lot of critics around it, and there was a lot of negative voice from the legal aspect towards the policy. So the government actually accepted that feedback. They withdrew the policy from the public domain. They reworked on the policy by creating an inclusive approach where all the different sectors were involved, starting from patient support groups, the civil society organization, the legal, the court, and even the different departments like, the tribal ministry or the ministry of which looks after the public sector units, or even, the mechanisms or schemes like ESI, NCGHS in India. They compiled the comprehensive feedback, the holistic feedback from everybody, and synthesized that, analyzed that, and they came up with a policy which is quite robust now in itself. And it also gives a very good financial models for supporting the treatment of the patient. So first time, I have seen that there is a policy by the government which actually has a scope to also talk about access to treatment. Otherwise, if you really see majority of the health policies, because I'm more coming from a health perspective, they only focus on prevention and then management, but then they hardly focus on improving the access for the management. So I think I would also, completely go with your thought that they should be included in the discussions and they should not be stopped visiting the universities in future.
Thank you. Absolutely. And I think your example from the health policy initiative earlier of the government to include so many voices was very instructive as a case study into this. Thank you. Rachita?
Yeah, so as Malakai was speaking earlier, and after you raised the question, I was going through my notes, and I was trying to find some terminologies matching with whatever statements and narratives you were sharing. And what I came across a few that I would like to mention. So when we talk about inclusion exclusion, we need to understand one thing, that there is an identity that exists in every person, and that identity is not just the person's identity, but also his identity with respect to the society he lives in. So there is also a social identity that he identifies himself with. And when we are constantly trying to disintegrate or differentiate people's identity based on certain aspects, whether it's language, whether it's religion, or belonging to a certain status, then we are actually giving more like we are aggravating this we are further dividing this social identity, which could have been a single identity for as a society. And also, when you are not including them in the discussions, when you're not hearing their voices, it is leading to something known as an attenuation effect, which is basically you tend to overestimate the similarities you have with your group, and overestimate the differences one group has in relation to the other group. So which is not healthy, which is not something we would want. And also, if when we are stopping certain sections of the society from interacting, or from raising their points of views, we are also so there's something called as a system justification theory, where which states that people tend to adhere to certain ideologies that they have, and that justifies that helps them to justify and protect their status quo. So when you are constantly differentiating that, okay, your views are very different from ours, or maybe they are not right, and these kind of things, it's only going to build in more adherence to your original ideologies, and you might find it difficult to move away from them. So that is one thing that I thought I should mention. Also, as an end note, we were discussing about how exclusion results in a globally unjust society. So there's a psychologist who has actually laid down certain steps, or not really steps, certain scenarios which can happen, which can lead to this collective aggression as a society, or collective violence. So he says that whenever there is isolation, whenever there is seclusion, it will lead to a sense of relative deprivation in a person or in a group. This will lead to frustration, and this frustration will may get further exacerbated if there are aversive environmental conditions present. And these environmental conditions could be something as trivial as climate change, like being in a very hot climate. That could also aggravate this condition and amplify frustration. And these individual acts of this will lead to, okay, one person is feeling this way, but imagine that there's a society, the individual is belonging to a certain society, and so many other individuals are feeling this way also. So these individuals will actually lead to individual acts of aggression, and that will further exacerbate the aggressive situation or frustration. And this can get further exacerbated if there are aggressive stimuli present. For example, external aggressive forces like armed forces or armed policemen, stop them from raising their points, or whatever the situation is. This can again, exacerbate the aggression and frustration and lead to more widespread aggression. And those group of people will now assume a more dominant aggressive response. And that will again, lead to frustration, and then there will be collective violence, which is also something which Malakai was talking about when he was talking about terrorism and these extremist groups. So these are, in subtle ways, how subtle psychological ways in which the collective, which can result in the collective aggression. So as for the benefit of the audience, whoever is here now, just to sum up everything, in order to promote social inclusion, just remember 5 points: visibility, consideration, access to social interaction, rights, and resources to fully participate in the society. If all of these things are present, you will be able to promote social inclusion in the society.
Thank you, Rachita. I think Malakai brought in the point of lived experience, and you giving us such an insight into the social aspects which affects an individual, and then the cycle of individual affecting the society. We do have a question from Titli, and Titli, if you would like to unmute yourself and pose it to the team. I think one of them could take, as far as I understand, it's from the global policy perspective. I'm sure any one of them would be glad to take the same.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for this insightful discussion. It's been really interesting. My question was in terms of just the context that we're talking about inclusivity in. The current scenario with GDP and economic success being the metric that is used in terms of measurement, and therefore excluding so many different societies. How do you see the current system being able to harbor inclusivity? Do you think that the world needs a complete paradigm shift into something that measures success in a different way?
It's definitely an interesting question. Thank you, Tilly, for the question, and thank you for our 6,000 audience members for staying awake at this time. So, in response to that question, if I guess the global model to be economically based today, it's a case where I think at this stage the world is becoming more aware of the fact that participation is becoming much more and more important, especially lockdowns and COVID hit. It's, hey, we still need people to actually contribute to this global economy. When the people are dead, nobody can actually contribute to the economy. So I guess we'll need more new businesses, more innovation, more inclusion of different groups in order to move forward and prosper. And the same thing is very well present in international relations as well, because it's less of an economic thing and more of a practical thing. You've seen that America's a very prominent actor when it comes to international interventions and so on and so forth. And they're very quickly realizing that a lot of things that they've done have contributed towards more chaos and confusion, especially with the groups that they were involved in as well. And in the international intervention sphere, you're seeing a lot more groups, a lot more top-down institutions saying, okay, we actually need to focus on finding middle ground between bottom up and top down, because these numbers aren't working for us. Us trying to put a liberal democracy in a country that was based on authoritarianism clearly didn't work, even though we assumed it would. And even despite our good intentions, good intentions and numbers aren't enough to actually make a significant shift in the model, no matter how much money, even when you're talking about development projects as well. You dump money, you throw resources into another country. I remember this case or this story where they said that a certain NGO sent tractors to a particular country to help increase their yield and their crop yield. But what the people actually did was dismantle the tractors and sold the parts for money, and without putting anybody on the ground there first. So yeah, you just dumped a lot of money into something that you didn't know was going to happen. And they're learning, I think a lot of places around the world are learning that money isn't really going to move the world forward. It's more understanding more people. And in order to understand more people, you either need to include more people in the process or hire more people and institutions who can learn about people, which is pretty much one of the reasons why I picked up anthropology back in my undergraduate alongside IR. Because yeah, it's good about knowing the general idea of what's going on, but you need to know the people who live there as well and how to speak to them and what they're like. So that's pretty much my response to it.
Thank you for your question.
I
Tithi.
just
Rachita,
want
do you
to,
have to
yeah,
add?
I just want to add one thing. Like, while whatever Malakai said is true, but at the same time, Titli, we also need these indexes. We need this because if just understand it in very simple terms, like if there's poverty, that means a part of the kind of deprivation a person is facing is material in nature. So when there is material deprivation, there is also a possibility. So I don't know if you've heard, but there's something known as the Maslow's hierarchy of need. And according to Maslow's theory, there's a hierarchy of need which you need to fulfill in order to move to the higher level of hierarchy, which begins with very basic needs. It starts with physiological needs, your needs of hunger and just things to survive, and then it moves on to safety needs, and then it moves to love and belongingness, then self-esteem, and then self-actualization. So you need that when you need these basic needs, and you need measures to identify these basic needs, whether it's GDP or whether it's any other index, because when you know that a certain society, a section of society has elevated itself from that margin of deprivation or whatever issue, whatever the index is about, then okay, now we can provide them with, we can divert their not divert their attention. Now their needs are different. They've moved on from that basic need. They want to focus on their self-esteem needs or their belonging. So the government can direct the resources in that direction towards them. So in that sense also it's needed. Also, if your basic materialistic deprivations, if you are facing materialistic deprivations, you will not have the willingness or the motivation to participate and act in any. You will be so psychologically disempowered, you will feel so unsafe in living your life. You won't really want to I don't know, I mean, you won't really feel the need to, I mean, inclusion won't matter at that point. So you need that as well, and I agree with what Malakai said, but you need those things as well.
Malakai, do you wish to add to it?
Yeah, I'll try and make this quick as well. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I was just thinking about as Rachita was speaking, it also relates to countries and their perspective towards life as well. So I was talking about a pendulum of like right-wing and left-wing thinking earlier. And in countries that tend to be more traditional, the living conditions tend to be more, I guess, basic and more impoverished. The economic gap is much more disparate. So when you have a lot more people who only have the basic needs of maybe food, water, shelter, and love, but not they haven't reached the stage of self-actualization, there's less room to explore that and more room to focus on how they can secure what they have. So you have countries like Greece, for example, which is right next to Turkey, which is quite a hostile country. So you don't really have time to think about the global environment, development problems when there's a country that has a gun right down your throat. It's like you have to think about surviving right now, and then you can potentially talk about that stuff later on. Because when I had a conversation about this, something similar to this in one of my lectures last year, someone in my class was saying, but every country should be able to adopt like a liberal or open-minded like viewpoint. But then a student from Greece was saying, well, you can't really have a liberal-minded viewpoint when either all you know is a threat looming over your head and you need to survive, or when you grew up in war. When you grew up in a war, from childhood to even adolescence, you don't know anything else about peace building or negotiating for things. You know how to kill your enemy, how to survive, how to steal from people, and how to find people who you really trust. So yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of needs pretty much applies to countries as well. And it's very hard to get those countries out of those models unless there's more way to like solve their issues from the outside, if they're even willing to accept help from the outside in the first place.
I must thank Titli for the question, because I think it provided an opportunity for our panelists to conclude it in a way that it proved that no matter at which level of policy making, be it the global, be it as Gina mentioned, an act in India, inclusivity is the solution and the way to go. I think on this point, we can very well conclude the discussion today. I must thank the audience and the panelists for this very successful and fruitful and insightful discussion on a very important topic to all of us as in our future professions and lives. And just before I think ending this, I must say that we also have another day of the Ideation Summit tomorrow. So please join us from 5 to 9:30 p.m. again. And it was great moderating this session with the amazing panelists that we have today. And thank you everyone for staying so long and for your time and thoughts. Thank you.